And I was shown that that Lucifer would return, that the UN and the Vatican were going to be completely behind it, again, under false pretenses. He's going to show up and say, I'm here to save the day, right? And, okay, fine, you know.
Yeah, of course,
ahead,
you can say whatever you want.
But
I've always hated censorship. It's the internet.
Sometimes, you know, once they get you for your first love bite, well, it depends on how aware you are, right?
I forgot my bullets. I never had a gun. Here I am left standing. Am I the only one? For what I see, memories have guilted me. I'll never see the sun.
First of all, as you know, the Anunnaki and the Draco are enemies. Second of all, underneath Baghdad was a stargate that was created by the Anunnaki so that they could transfer from Jupiter to the Earth.
I'll never see the sun. I could just end it all, but the demons will have won.
Magical practitioners that, you know, some are good and some use their magic for good and to heal and to help, and others do use it for evil. And, you know, in some cases, you know, people really were
This is too much sometimes.
From the broken ruins of Babylon, this is End of Days Radio. Hello there. I am your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from that shimmering Emerald City right here in the heart of the Pacific Northwest. Today's date is Friday, May 24th, in the year of our Lord 2024. Today's guest is B.D. Salerno. B.D. Salerno investigates metaphysical and occult aspects of notorious crimes and reveals unusual facts about their participants. She also exposes the hidden hand behind nefarious and corrupt practices, which often appear hidden in plain sight. Videos and reading material are included on her website to spread awareness and knowledge on these subjects. She's also the author of quite a few books that you can pick up on Amazon.com and various other places. That's from her website, by the way. And remember to check out endofdaysradio.com. From there, you can donate. You can get an updated guest list on the show. You can grab my email, which is danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. That's danielendofdaysradio@gmail.com. Thank you for your donations, by the way. Thank you to everybody who's donated in the past. This show is free for all, and I'd like to remain that way. But in order to do so, I do need your donations. So please head over to endofdaysradio.com and click that donate tab and keep this show on the air. Keep the lights on. Keep the server ticking away. Keep it plugged in. Keep the rats out of there. Whoa, my tea is way too hot. Okay, enough chitter chatter. Let's move on to the main event and bring on our guest today.
Hey, Daniel, how are you?
Doing great. Good to see
Good.
you.
Same here. Great to see you, and thanks for having me. Appreciate
Absolutely. Yeah,
Mhm.
it was fun having you on the
it.
show with the rest of the Occult Rejects, and definitely wanted to do an exclusive interview. So very, let's see. Yes, Clint. She appears. Are you always on there, or just every once in a while on the Occult Rejects?
I'm usually on there a couple times a month as the subject matter pertains to me. Recently, I've been on a lot because we've been covering a series on the Smiley Face Killers. We just concluded it. Episode 4 is going to drop in a couple of weeks. We did 4 episodes on that, and that was pretty spaced out pretty close together. But generally, I'm on there maybe a couple times a month, which is a great honor. It's been my favorite channel for years. I never dreamed that I would be on that channel as a repeating guest, and it's just been a dream come true. I just love the work. I love the panel. I love Nick and Lisa. They're just great at what they do, and I'm really honored to be a part of that team.
Yeah, absolutely. One of my favorite shows as well.
Mhm.
Anything new in the realm of the Smiley Face Killers?
Well, we did intensive deep dives into the circumstances involving, God, we must have covered maybe 10 or 12 victims. There are many, many more. However, we covered about 10 or 12 of them. And I did my own particular brand of forensic astrology, which is to look at the charts, the horoscopes of the times that the bodies of these unfortunate young men were found. And Lisa and Nick examined the companies behind this, which are located in the places where these bodies kept turning up in bodies of water. And then JJ Vance came on. He was talking a lot about the background, the law enforcement's approach, or should I say non-approach to handling the cases. And so all 4 of us putting our minds together came up with some really good information pertaining to what we think is going on behind the scenes of this. We definitely don't think these are random murders. We don't think it's a lone crazy serial killer, which is actually, as a trope, is getting really tired. It's worn out. They need to be more creative. They're going to come up and try to deceive the public about what is behind these. And we just sort of wrapped it up yesterday. That will be coming out in a couple of weeks. But the 4 of us put together we just balance each other really well, work well together, come up with our own theories. And basically, we think there's a lot more to it than just kids getting drunk and falling in a lake and drowning. There is something much more nefarious behind it. It's been going on for years. The toll is getting up to around 40 victims. And so something's got to give. So we've put our heads together, tried to figure out what we could put into the community to think about. Hopefully something gets done, something stops. I don't know. But people start to look more closely at these and realize that they are not what they seem. Most generational crimes of this magnitude are not what they seem, as I found out in my research and my work. So that's where we're at with it. Hopefully the episodes will get a good, viewing, and will put people to thinking about maybe going deeper into the cases and seeing what's really behind them.
Yeah. When you were on last time, did I kind of tell you about my experience with the Smiley Face Killers?
I don't think you did. I think I would have remembered that. But refresh my memory anyway.
Sure. I had a guest named William Ramsey on. And
Oh yeah.
yeah, he has a podcast, and
Yeah.
at the time, I don't think he had his podcast yet, but he was writing and doing his investigating, and he was looking into Smiley Face Killers, and this was a few years ago. It was a Halloween episode, ironically, and he kind of told me a bit about it, like young men possibly meeting up via dating apps, young gay men, I should say, meeting via dating apps or something like that, and then they're being killed and being stuffed into like a treasure chest and stuff like that with the smiley face spray painted or written on there. And it was a good show, fascinating subject, but to keep a long story short, afterwards I was starting to get some really strange comments on my YouTube channel, just saying this guest sucks, don't have him on, or just saying these odd negative comments. And I always get a lot of likes on my shows. It's you get, back then there were dislikes. I don't think there are dislikes anymore. They want to keep it more positive, but back then you could just dislike videos. And
I remember.
Yeah, I'd have like 25 likes, maybe 2 or 3 dislikes. A few people you rub them the wrong way, or they just hate you or whatever. But all of a sudden there was like 40 dislikes, like just weird, weird stuff like that. And like I was saying, one of the
Yeah.
comments was saying to not have him on and saying that he sucks. And I forget what the other ones were saying, but just it was kind of like nonsense type of stuff, mind games. They're never very clear. And then I emailed him about, I'm like, hey, what's going on here? This is weird. And he proceeded to tell me that he had these he called them paid trolls.
Yeah.
Or
You get these troll armies that just go out and force and just smash down anything that may be potentially of value. And I think that would encourage me to keep going. Be like, somebody's that upset that they're inspiring all these fools to go out and post this stuff. They don't even know what the subject matter deals with, really. That would encourage me to keep going, because it's like, okay, it's getting under somebody's skin. Let's just push this envelope a little further and see where we end up.
Yeah, I definitely appreciate that attitude.
Yeah.
He told me that they were like basically just kind of like following him around show to show. And I guess I got kind of freaked out because I'm thinking like, well, these people are associated with killers or murderers. So, this was a while ago, and this was before I became Daniel Unafraid, back when I was a little bit more afraid. And
you were more afraid. Now you've gotten the hang of being detached, which is really good. It's great. I commend you.
Yeah,
we don't have to be detached when we do this kind of work, because you're just gonna not really. You'll maybe have a target on your head, or at least attract garbage, but that's always telling you that you're onto something. That's the way I choose to look at it. So it's like, oh, it's confirmation to just dig deeper. But
well, the fact
I
that
think
the police are staying away from that.
Oh,
this whole
yeah.
thing, that's pretty
There you go.
disturbing.
I did an interesting study I was trying to find a pattern. I had done all these astrological charts of each crime, and I told the team, I said, I got to find a pattern. It's really hard to find a pattern when you do it this way, but I decided I was going to look at not the victim, not the circumstance, but I was going to look at the medical examiners, because many of them were saying, there's nothing to see here. He drowned. There's no drugs in this. There's nothing here. He just drowned. It was simple drowning, accidental drowning, rule it, push it off the books. And I thought, wait a minute. So I looked at patterns with the just how you can look at who the medical examiner is in a horoscope, and they were all shady. Every last one unanimously was shady, lying, up to some sort of deception. I thought, aha, here's the pattern. I think I discussed that on one of the episodes. And so there's definitely a pattern with it, and it's getting to the point where people's intelligence are being insulted by all this drivel that these are all accidents, and all these kids go to these lakes in the middle of the night for no good reason, but then they fall in and drown. It's like, I know some people are uninformed, but it's at the point where, you ought to change your narrative a little bit, because we're catching on, which is a good thing. It's a good thing. But the series, I recommend that everybody watch the Occult Rejects, like all the time, but especially this particular series. We did such great collaborative work together. Everybody had a task. Everyone put their heads together and did their own thing, but then collaborated on our results. And I just love the work that we came out with. So I just want to encourage everybody that the Smiley Face Killers by Occult Rejects, episode 1 dropped yesterday. And in subsequent weeks, 2, 3, and 4 will drop. And I think people, if you're mildly or remotely interested in these murders, do pay attention to those, because we did some really, I think, groundbreaking work on it. And hopefully it will inspire more work by other individuals more closely related to the cases that can actually do something constructive for a change.
And what about the smiley face itself? Why are they using the smiley face? Is this like it's supposed to be a clown or a trickster? Or...
It's like, I believe it's an occult sigil. You get clowns turning up in these crimes where what's really going on is the symbolism of the mask. In other words, you're under an illusion. You don't know what's going on. You don't really know who this person is. They're wearing a mask. Everything's a movie. We all play a role in the movie, but we're not supposed to know or find out who we all are. And that way, people behind the scenes can pull the wool over a whole lot of eyes at the same time. So it's a mask thing, and it's a sigil. It's kind of, and it's also like the middle finger to society, saying, "Ha ha, look at this, smiley," but this is really a tragedy of young men being senselessly murdered. It's the whole thumbing the nose at people, and the opposites. Smiley face, but it's a horrible tragedy. You know what I'm saying?
A
So, and
mockery.
it's a mockery. It's an occult sigil, and it's gotten really tired, to be honest with you. But it started with that when they were actually at crime scenes finding etched smiley faces or something with a smiley face on it, like maybe a shirt or something with a smiley face on it. And that attached, even though in time, none of these guys that we covered had smiley face sigils in the area where they were found. They had weird things that were found, like sometimes their clothing wasn't there. Their clothing was removed from parts of their bodies. One young man was wearing a t-shirt of Pink Floyd. He didn't even like Pink Floyd. It wasn't his shirt. So there's a lot of weird stuff with what was being left behind to screw people's minds up or to misdirect. And so, that's going on. There's always that garbage of, we're going to fool you, we're going to deceive you, we're going to misdirect you. Once you get into that frame of mind where that is what is happening, you kind of learn to look at the opposite. It's all a trick of opposites. So whatever's being put out there, look at the opposite. Look at significant times, look at significant numbers, look at significant names, places, dates. You could generally figure out what they're up to. They're not that brilliant that they would want us to all believe, I don't think. Just my opinion.
Yeah, I've kind of like looked into gangs a little bit, just out of curiosity.
Mhm.
And I know that some gangs are funded by really rich individuals and organizations. Like, just an example is the Putin. He has a motorcycle gang that he's kind of like loosely a member of. He's very closely affiliated with them,
Mhm.
and they kind of see him kind of like a de facto leader. Anybody could look it up on Wikipedia. It's pretty
Mhm.
interesting
Mhm.
stuff.
Mhm.
He kind of has his own little private army there, and I kind of think of Trump a little bit, and the Proud Boys and certain patriot groups and people like that kind of follow his orders or loosely follow his orders. But I wonder if the Smiley Face Killers might be something similar, like a gang that is funded and controlled by some super rich families. Like, I'm sure you heard about the I think they're called the Bronfman family being tied
Oh,
to the
sure. Oh,
Nixon and all
sure.
that.
Yeah, vodka and all that. Yeah.
Yeah.
We actually talked about that during the series, and pretty much came to the conclusion that basically the structure of all of these activities is like a mafia type organization where people take orders from the top and they trickle down to the button men and the men on the street, and the politicians and the senators are on the take, and the media who just misdirects the public as to what's happening. It's like a mafia type organization. They've been around for thousands of years. It's just they take on different names and different identities. But it's just another gang. I'm going to call them banksters, gangsters, cabal, cartel. Doesn't matter. It's a gang of people that have a vested interest in things going a certain way to enrich themselves, to gain power over the world. And to me, basically, I always shy away from calling them the elites. I used to say the elites just to distinguish who they were. These people are nothing like, they're not elite. Elite is a compliment at its root. These people are not elite. They're a bunch of psychopaths that want to run the world. They want power. They want money. They want to take over. They want to destroy us and our civilization. And there's nothing elite to me about that. So I kind of lately been toying with, what do I call these freaks of nature? I don't want to call them elites. They're not elite in my estimation of what that word means. And I'm really, fussy about words and how things are called. Maybe I'll just call them the others. I don't know, the gang,
others.
the others, the gang. I don't know. but not elite. No,
That's
I
like
used
Lost, the TV show Lost.
exactly. Well, they are lost individuals. Actually, they're actually pathetic. But right now, they happen to run things, so I don't know. But it's just a bunch of misguided individuals that happen to stumble across the keys to gaining and holding on to power, and that's any gang. If you look at the history of the mafia of Rome, early Rome had the senators, and then they had henchmen that did things on their behalf. It's just an ugly fact of humanity that's always been around. It's like we've always had vermin, so we have that.
Yeah,
And
I know they use the term Claudian because a lot of these powerful families that control the world, they're directly descendant from the Roman Emperor Claudius.
Mhm. Exactly.
And another thing that's kind of odd is that the mafia uses initiations that are very similar to secret societies. I think it involves blood, even some kind of blood brother type of. I don't know how exactly the ritual goes, but I've seen a few, mafia movies.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. There's the blood ritual. I think the mafia. I know they don't really like the spotlight that much, but they take on the persona of the gang that does this. And yet, if you think about the mafia, we love to isolate groups and put them off to the side. We like to isolate a villain and put him off to the side. So when something bad happens for a long time, it's the mafia. Oh, okay, it's the mafia. The cops are going to catch him. The cops are taking care of it. We tend to isolate evil that way so that we cut them off at the pass. And we think the mafia are this closed society. And once we busted John Gotti and Sammy the Bull Gravano and all those old dudes, we had an inside track to getting rid of the mafia. Ergo, we get rid of organized crime. Nothing could have been further from the truth. The mafia does not exist in a vacuum. You've got senators, congressmen, governors, policemen, judges, law enforcement. It is a system. It is not a group of men who came from Sicily, if you think about it. But that's what we always tend to do. That's where we are directed like the herd into one pasture, and the mafia is evil. And once they put John Gotti away, everything was going to be fine. If you think about it, that's the trend of history. Everything bad in World War II was because of Hitler. Well, they said that Hitler committed suicide at the end. I don't believe he did. I think he lived for many years after the war. But it was Hitler. And once Hitler was dead, okay, folks, Nazism has been defeated. The world can go back to normal. We can all breathe a sigh of relief. No way. And we have to stop doing that, isolating people and groups. And once they are vanquished or temporarily stopped, we're supposed to think, oh, we're okay again. Everything's going to be all right. No, it isn't. There are connections. These people, as I said, don't exist in a vacuum. They have a lot of other people. Think of all the thousands of people Hitler had to have cooperating with him. How much money he had to be getting from the Bush family and the Rockefellers and everybody that funded both sides of the war because they were going to make a ton of money regardless of who won. I mean, nobody wins. But that's how we are trained to think. Look at the villain. The villain is always vanquished, and everybody's supposed to breathe a sigh of relief. That's how much we are duped by this kind of thought, to just take the villain and isolate him. We can take Satan and isolate him. How many people are following that? Or not just following it in a strictly religious sense, but how many people are in alignment with that line of thought? So
yeah, I think there's something really powerful about that statement. Another example would be 1984, how they push everything on this kind of terrorist character that, ironically, from the description, he kind of sounds like he's Bin Laden, Osama Bin Laden.
Yeah, he was the evil. And once Obama had him put away, 9/11 was put to rest. Oh my God. If people bought that, I'm telling you, I get so frustrated sometimes, but that's the tendency. We always get the villain and everybody pays attention to him, and then he dies or he's taken out. And oh, guess what, folks? We got rid of it. And then they take all this credit for doing that. And actually, how many things had to be in alignment for 9/11 to happen? It's staggering how much had to be in
Yeah,
alignment for that.
exactly. Like
You
we know
know,
he's trained by our own
no,
intelligence, and then he's
oh, I know,
broadcasting from a little cave, and then when
right?
they do finally kill him, they never show us any body. They say it's for religious reasons. They just get rid of it right away,
He
and
was
then
such a religious guy.
all the guys involved are on the same
Oh
helicopter, and
my,
they get
I know. It's
hit
just,
by a
I mean,
missile, and
it's getting to the point where it's fool me once, shame on you. Fool me 2, 3, 4, 5 times, shame on me. It's like, well, it's about time people wised up. And he was put out to sea. When do you see a high-ranking Muslim official put out buried at sea? I never heard of such a thing. I laughed when I heard that. Wow, they're really pushing the envelope, trying to put that over on people. But I think the whole situation, unfortunately, I'm not dumping on people who are not aware. I think that we're so horrified at the whole situation. It's hard to take in what it really means, what is really behind it. I remember saying to people, I think this was an inside job. I remember when it happened, I was at work and I worked for actually a Fortune 100 company during 9/11. And I had just shown up at work and saw on the TV screens what was going on in lower Manhattan. And I used to work in Manhattan. And I was horrified because I used to see the World Trade Center every day. Anyway, fortunately, I wasn't working there anymore, but I remember seeing that and thinking about it. And I said to one of my coworkers, I said, this feels like an inside job. She said, oh, no, 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 we would never do that. Our government would never do that. I was like, oh, wow, you need a little educating. But everybody thought I was so radical for even suspecting that. So that's kind of course, that's 23 years ago. I think people are slowly wising up, slowly seeing that there are so many cracks in the narratives that we are force fed that now I think it's different. It's more open. And I really am thrilled at seeing people questioning now, because that's the only thing that can really save us, is just keep questioning and looking. It takes a lot of energy. I understand why people don't want to do it. But from that point, I was suspicious, and I have to credit my father for giving me that type of thought, because I was around when Kennedy was assassinated. I was a young teenager, and my father actually said, "This isn't the country I fought for." He was in World War II, and I was like, "What? This is shady. There's something wrong with this." He went and bought the Warren Commission report and read it. The most boring piece of text ever written, and full of lies at the same time. And he bought it. He said, I don't believe this. There's something wrong with this assassination. And he was very patriotic up to that point. He went out and bought the first, what we would call, conspiracy theory book, which was Rush to Judgment by Mark Lane, who was an attorney who had investigated and was the first. And that was the very first coining of the term conspiracy theory. Came out with Mark Lane's Rush to Judgment, which is the book that my father read, and he bought hook, line, and sinker that Lee Harvey Oswald was not responsible. And that, in my mind, he was open-minded enough to challenge things, and I took the lead on that. I was always questioning things since I was a little kid. I was always questioning things. And so having that support from him kind of gave me my impetus to, I used to wear a button that said question authority. I was always challenging things because sometimes they just didn't sound good enough, So that was part of my upbringing, where I was inspired to look at things from an early age, because he did. And he was one of the most patriotic, idealistic people. And if he was going to question official stories, why wouldn't I question them? He was a smart man. So that kind of started me on my path to looking into things. And I was always interested in psychology anyway, looking behind why things happen. So it kind of came naturally to me that I'm doing this work now. It's been a buildup of many years of challenging official narratives, so to speak. So anyway, I didn't mean to digress that far, but that's kind of what I'm saying to people is look deeper, because what you're seeing is a movie. You're not seeing the script. You're not seeing the director. You're not seeing the actors. You're seeing the movie. So that's kind of my message in what the work I do.
Do you feel that there is any type of occult symbology to do with 9/11, with the two towers and all that, and the date and all that? Is this something that you've delved into a little bit?
Where do I begin? I have not really delved in as much because I just watch what's out there. I've watched a lot of documentaries with a critical eye. I think you got to look back to when the World Trade was built. It was built. I remember when it was built because I actually think I think I was working in the city then. Yeah, I was working in the city right after I got out of college. And I think it was the summer of '72 that World Trade went up, and there was a big fanfare. It was by then the tallest building in the world. And if you look at it, at least just from an astrological viewpoint, it didn't make it quite 30 years, came down in its 29th year of existence. And that is a huge cycle in astrology. It's called the Saturn return. And unfortunately, many people will pass away during that time because Saturn comes to roost in the spot where it was when you were first born. And it's kind of a calling to karma. It's a calling to maturity. And depending on everything, all the other aspects in your horoscope, it can be a time of great crisis. It does happen to almost everybody. At some point, a crisis between the ages of 28 and 30. It's sort of an initiation into astrological adulthood. So just the fact that it was the Saturn return of the World Trade Center. And I had seen a picture of was it David Rockefeller in a photograph, and he's got his posing with his hand like this, and you could see his watch is pointing to 9 and 11. It's hour 9 and the 11th hour on the watch. I'm like, is that a coincidence? I don't believe in coincidence.
This was a picture?
It's a photograph of David Rockefeller posing like that. We could see his watch. And I was like, oh my God, they told us. See, they tell you stuff. It's in plain sight. They will tell you. It's just that people are so duped and deceived and misdirected. Most of my work is returning to the point where, hey, it was there all along. It was right there.
Did you see the Matrix one where I think it's Neo's driver's license or passport? It says, I think the expiration date is 9/11/2001.
Yeah.
Never happened.
I think the movies, I'd like to really do a deeper dive into movies. I've seen a lot of either predictive programming or stuff where, the things are foreshadowed or things are put right in our faces that we just have to pay attention to. I think we're so used to being entertained that we don't think when we're being entertained, but you have to be thinking about things like this. You have to be paying attention. And it takes effort and energy. And a lot of us don't have that energy. We're so stressed out and tired from everyday life.
Yeah, the system has us working all the time.
Sure.
And we're too busy.
Mm-hmm.
Forget ever having an uprising. We got to work.
Yeah. I know, that's all deliberate. That's okay.
This is Jonah, and he just wanted to get into. I think he had a couple questions about 9/11.
Okay. Hi, Jonah.
Hey, how are you? Yeah. So first, I was gonna say because you were talking about the gangs and whatnot. Have you looked in much about the Mormons and the Mennonites as they're bringing across the borders? I know Mennonites here in Ontario have been caught running some significant amounts of illegal narcotics, to say the least.
Right.
And then I'm going to go into the Mormons about 9/11.
Right. The Mormons are really interesting because they are so directly by Freemasonry and have their roots in that whole occult background of Freemasonry. And I'm at the point where you can take any religious group, which I will call a cult, because in my view, they are cults. It doesn't matter who they are. They're splinters of Freemasonry. There are so many branches already of Freemasonry that I've discovered. Nothing new. I didn't discover something that people didn't know. It's more like months ago, I was looking into the Odd Fellows. You had the Odd Fellows. They have all these names: Knights of Columbus, Rotary Club, all kinds of names. It's just another misdirection firing off into space, what really links back to one main organization. And I have recently heard of really strong ties between Freemasonry and the mafia. One's doing the other's bidding. They both benefit. So it doesn't surprise me at all. I don't know specifically a lot about what the second group you mentioned was, the Mennonites. You know, any religious group at some point, I'm going to just throw out a cliche, all roads lead to Rome. And literally could lead to Rome because the Vatican pulls a lot of strings in much of what goes on in the world. They're filthy rich. They can finance anything they want. And they're certainly of a Luciferian inclination or satanic. I've mixed them together. Yeah, I would not be surprised. It's religious groups you have to be most suspicious of because they're the ones that most people are most likely not to think are engaged in nefarious activity. Oh, no, this is a Church of Latter-day Saints. They wouldn't do stuff like that. Why not? They have the perfect cover to do it and get away with it. And all of these churches are deeply embedded with governments, local congressmen, local senators, sheriffs, mayors, councils of towns. They operate in, like I said, not a vacuum, but they network to a degree that is a science of how to get away with stuff.
Yeah,
and they do link. They do link. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say there.
Yeah.
In here, and if you notice, George Bush Jr. actually gave a Presidential Medal of Freedom to a Hinckley. Mm-hmm. Who, so that's Junior gave it to, who was the president of the Mormon Church or the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. But Hinckley is also the family that were friends with George Bush when the son shot Reagan.
You know, you're leading. Yeah.
And also, what I was going to say there, I forget. But so. It's kind of interesting, though, as far as that. Have you looked into much as far as the connection of Hinckley's and the Mormons, or have you heard of that previously?
No, but now that you mention it, I had talked to you a little bit about doing bloodlines of celebrities and nefarious or notorious individuals. And you're doing the perfect lead-in to the bloodlines I'm going to talk about, to do with Hinckley Bush. I actually did a little piece here on the bloodlines of presidential assassins, which is fascinating. And here you pull up President Hinckley. He's right on my list of things to talk about. That's perfect. It's perfect timing.
Yeah, it's kind of funny because a lot of times I'll admit, or I'll try to blow some smoke up my own, but I tend to do way too much research. So sometimes I come up with things that people don't really know about. Now, it's also interesting, though, because we all know that George Bush Sr. was also meeting with bin Laden's brother at the time that the towers came down, right?
Right.
So there's definitely those ties that way, right?
Oh, definitely. And it's they keep doing the same stuff and thinking they're being so original, but it harkens back to they flew the bin Ladens out on the morning of 9/11 when Reagan was shot. The night before that, they had dinner. One of the Bush brothers had dinner.
Yeah, Ned Bush
Sr. It's like, they got to stop doing that. They're starting to get really obvious, but a lot of that happens, and it's right before the event because they know they're going to get away with that. They know that people aren't going to be paying attention. When we look at it now, we know, but we didn't know better back then.
And if, you may know, but if I'm not mistaken, Hinckley and bin Laden were both business partners in the oil industry, correct?
Yeah. Yes, they were oil barons. Yeah, they were oil barons. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So now the reason I brought up Mennonite too is because they've had here where I am. It's kind of funny. They had a big bust where they're actually bringing all kinds of stuff across the border, but they're also called New Order Amish. Have you ever heard that?
No, but it doesn't surprise me. It's not very original, I'm afraid. But like I said, these people are getting kind of stale. So,
and one other quick one other quick one, then I'll let some of the others get in. But as far as that mock-up of the I forget the name of it, the mock-up of the pyramid in North Dakota, where they have all the nuclear missiles that was only open for 1 day, right? Now that was purchased by the Hutterites, which is also another one of those offsets of the Amish. Have you ever come across anything as far as like as far as that, or just kind of the same answer as with the religions?
No, same. I really have not heard of them. Don't really do a lot of research lately into these small groups because I'm at the point where I have trouble believing what I read. Honestly, I'm at the point where I question so much that I have trouble believing it. So no, I haven't looked into these groups, but from a broader perspective, you can kind of see them doing the same kind of stuff, same kind of intentions, same kind of activities, the same kind of misdirection, the same kind of protection by a law enforcement and the media. So it's like, well, I don't feel like I need to plunge deeply into that so much anymore.
Yeah. But yeah, a lot of it almost seems like it's all the same initiations from the mysteries all the way back to Lucis or Mithra, right?
Right. That's why I say it's not very original anymore.
Yeah. And I'll let someone else jump in and shut up for a little bit.
All right.
Thank you, Jonah.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask, what inspired you to get into the astrology?
That's a great question. I always think of that as being part of my family DNA. I have to revert back to my dad, who was a navigator in the Air Force. And as a child, a toddler, I was fascinated by the stars and the planets. I would go outside at night and immediately look up. And I would feel like I belonged up there. I cannot explain that feeling, but I had this wistful feeling that I wanted to be up there and not down here. My father noticed that, and being a navigator in the Air Force, he had been trained to navigate by the stars and constellations because during World War II, they flew at night. They flew secret missions over the Pacific, and they couldn't be detected. So he had to learn how to plot all the navigation coordinates by the stars. So he took me outside, bought me a telescope when I was only 8 or 9 years old, I think, and taught me the night sky, the constellations. At that time, I was really interested in science, so I got really involved with astronomy, fascinated by it, learned all about the solar system, the planets, the stars. As time went on and I went into adulthood, I learned about the Edgar Cayce psychic readings and actually went and lived in Virginia Beach for 10 months just to study those readings. And he was big on astrology. I was always interested in the occult and the paranormal. Anything that was off the grid attracted me. I was always interested in what I call now high strangeness, although it really isn't strange, it's all natural. So I started to learn astrology as a young adult, and I just got really fascinated by it. But I was working as a paralegal, and that there were those worlds that collided because I was in corporate America where I really didn't feel like I belonged. But my interests would not make a living for me. So I was compelled to stay with corporate America while I had on the side all these occult and astrology interests and psychic phenomena, what I would call conspiracy theory, and just different things that were so alien to the work I did from 9 to 5. I felt like I was leading 2 lives. But I got into astrology, but I went in and out of it for several years. And then when I got into learning how you could work with crime through astrology, then I was hooked because I was a fan of true crime, being interested in psychology and why things happened. Of course, I was drawn to true crime. So I started to meld the two together, working with crime and astrology, and I was just completely hooked on it. And that's kind of been the impetus to carry me to where I am today, where I'm actually on YouTube talking about it, which I never, ever in my wildest dreams thought was going to happen. So it's been an interesting ride. It's really been, my life has been really full of blessings and really unusual events. I actually wrote my memoirs a few months ago. It's one of my 5 books that I have on Amazon because my life has been so unusual. I have strange things happening, almost dying at one point, being really, really ill at one point, but making a full recovery. Just a lot of interesting things that I put in there. But
Dying of a
those
disease or
no,
sickness?
I stopped breathing. I went into full respiratory arrest as the result of a severe asthma attack, and I coded blue and passed out. I was passed out for almost an hour, and they couldn't intubate me. My airway was so locked up that they could not intubate me. So it was kind of a miracle that I started to breathe again. I don't know how I started to breathe again, but I had 6 paramedics working on me to save my life, and I was coding blue and turning blue and all. If I didn't have my roommate then, I would have died in my house because I could not move. I had face planted on my living room floor when I stopped breathing. And so from that point, that was a seminal point in my life for sure, because when I came to in the hospital, I was in intensive care for about a week because I had almost bought the farm, and they were worried because I was really having trouble breathing. And it shocked me. It shocked me to such a deep part of me that if I had died, I felt like I had accomplished absolutely nothing. And that was the worst feeling. So that propelled me to get more into my studies and do something with myself. And that expressed itself in writing my astrology books. My first 2 books were on crime astrology because I felt the need for it in the genre. There wasn't much literature in the genre, and I had done all this research, and I thought I should show this to people. I should show.
What year did you release your first book?
2012 was the first one, and the second one was 2016. And but it was a bit of a build-up from when I had almost died. But from that point on, I was determined to make something of my life. In my view, making something of my life meant to make a contribution, to show people something that they need to know, to show other astrologers you can work with astrology to work with crime. You can help learn about crime. You can help to solve crimes, at least find out information about them from a regular crime horoscope.
Were you like
And
a writer? Did you write when you were younger, like little
yes,
stories? Like, so you got some
I
practice when you were
I
younger?
did. Oh, absolutely. When I was my household was a little troubled when I was growing up. I was emotionally really sensitive to things around me, and there was a lot of emotional tension in my home constantly. I would go up to my bedroom with a pad and a pencil and write. And this is from when I first was able to write, I think first grade. I would just sit and I would write a story, I would write a poem, I would write a song. I just needed some sort of an escape. And I was a very creative kid. So I wanted to make something that would take me outside of my daily life. So I wrote a lot of stuff as a kid. As going into my teachers encouraged me to go into writing because they thought I had something there. And when I was in high school, I did a tremendous amount of writing. And every job I ever had, I went on to graduate school where I was constantly writing because I was in the field of literature and I was constantly writing. Then when I had a job as a paralegal, I was constantly writing legal stuff. I was writing legal correspondence to clients and other attorneys. So I've always been writing, although it wasn't creative. It was a discipline that I developed over the years of doing it for work and school. So when I went to do the astrology books, the main challenge was getting my data right and getting actually a lot of writing a book is insecurity. It's not everything you know in your mind. You can know your stuff, but it's scary. I thought, what if other astrologers find a bunch of mistakes in my work? You know, they get that mental blathering that of insecurity that you don't think you can do it. And I just said, you know what? I'm going to do it and just push through all that and put my first book out in 2012. Then in 2016, did a much deeper study into astrology of the ancient astrologers and how does modern astrology back up their theories about what happens in an event. That was really a lot of fun. It was very challenging, but it was similar to the type of writing I had been doing in my classwork, you know. So then the next book was a total departure from that. It was the result of a 3-year investigation into a mass murder that had happened when I was a young girl, and it had really upset me. And I came around to wanting to look into it during the pandemic because we were, you know, I was like, I want to find a project. I'm going to be home all the time. And I ended up spending 3 years researching a mass murder that happened when I was, as I said, I was a teenager, and it really bothered me. And when I did that, I realized that crime was a complete sham and a complete cover up. And I once again felt compelled to write a book. So that was my third book. And then that crime had so much occult symbolism in it. The numerology, the placement of the bodies, the dates, all kinds of the colors, all kinds of things pointed to an occult, and I believe a Freemason perpetrator, or at least the whole group of them. I uncovered a lot of illegal activities going on on the periphery of this crime. So then I put that book out, and then that book was on the occult symbolism of that previous book. And that book was noticed by Nick on Occult Rejects because I posted something about it on Twitter. Now, I had been following Occult Rejects for a couple years up to that point. I were like my favorite channel. I always listened to them. And I thought, well, I made a list of all the YouTubers I thought would want to be interested in me talking about my work. So Nick was at the top of the list. But first I thought, let me post it on Twitter, and then I'll contact Nick because I'll say, hey, I put something on Twitter about my book. Are you interested in maybe talking about it on your shows? I posted a little ad on Twitter, and within 5 minutes, I get a DM from Nick saying, hey, do you want to come on the show and talk about it? And I was blown away. I could not believe the timing because I was going to contact him. He ended up getting to me first. So we did a podcast, I think it was back in last October 2023. And I'm thinking, well, this is great. This is going to be a one-shot deal, and then I'll go on to some other channels, or maybe I'll do a podcast myself. I didn't know. Well, Nick said, hey, do you want to come back? We'd like to have you come back and talk some other stuff. Do you have any other ideas? And I was like, of course I have ideas. So now I've probably done 10 or maybe 10 podcasts with Occult Rejects. And I had no idea of the blessing that would come about from doing this book. So that was how I got involved with that team. And I cannot give them enough credit for the work that they do and the quality of work that they do and the dedication that they put into the work. And I'm so honored to be a part of them. Then the last book was, like I said, my memoirs, because I thought, I should write about all the crazy things that have ever happened to me from a viewpoint of what was happening astrologically to me at the time. And it's not an astrology book. Anybody can read it. It's a memoir. But I did add along the way, when I almost died, I was having these kind of adverse influences astrologically, energetically, having these adverse incidents happening where I could have died because it was serious. But somehow, thanks to the Lord, I survived it and went on to finally start to make some kind of a contribution that I felt was lacking in my life before. So those are my 5 books. And now I just kind of work with what I call high strangeness. I'm fascinated by not coincidental things, but what I call meaningful correspondences and things that happen and strange things that happen. I love weird stuff. I've always been fascinated by weird facts. And that's when, I started looking at bloodlines, which I talked about when I was on your show last time, a couple of months ago. And the bloodline stuff is actually so funny. I was compiling this list of these bloodlines, literally laughing my ass off, because some of the people you would not expect to be related to these royals and nobles of ancestral, greatness, or so they thought. So, but that's where I'm at now. I kind of just research what interests me, crimes that come along. And right now, what I'm looking into a lot, fascinated a lot, is ley lines and burial mounds. Also in connection with something called astro mapping, where there are ley lines with a person's birth horoscope. There are energetic lines in geographically. There are actually astrologers who will tell you it's not a good idea for you to live here. It would not be beneficial for your career. There's energetic lines running through space, just like there are ley lines running through the earth of various countries. So I'm looking a lot into ley lines lately. And
got a quick question from the chat from Jedi Mind Tricks. BD, you have occult symbology in the art on your wall. Are y'all familiar with doublespeak?
Not the term per se. I have these up because Occult Rejects did a brilliant series on the eye. And I've always been a big, they went into tremendous detail on the eye as being the basis for all understanding. In my view, everything around us and everything we think is based on perception. It's all subjective. And that's part of the story of the eye. We perceive, what we perceive is all through the eye, everything we learn. And they did a great series on it. And I saw these posters online. I was like, oh, I have to have that. I was looking for something to, because I just started podcasting recently, and I thought, I've got to have something nice behind me, have at least a nice design on the wall behind me for doing when I'm doing this. So these were ideal. These are absolutely perfect. But double speak, I honestly can't say I'm well versed in that.
Hey, BD, I'm
Hey.
really digging this.
Thank you.
Your death's doorstep story is like the positive to kind of my angst about feeling that I don't have anything to show for my interest in all this, high strangeness. So that I do appreciate that. You mentioned crowdsourced detective work, hopefully leading to answers about these murders earlier.
Yes.
I watched a documentary about that show, Unsolved Mysteries from the 80s. You remember that?
Oh, sure. I was a fan of that show for years. Yeah.
Well, I liked how it reminded me and pointed out that they really did that supposedly, a lot of good came out of that. And I was just wondering if you had heard of anything in our internet age that is a.
You might have to repeat yourself, Chad. Kind of breaking up there.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Hear you now.
Barely.
I hear you now.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I was just wondering, if that old show Unsolved Mysteries evidently did a lot of good about solving these mysteries. Have you heard of an example of that in this internet age that inspires you like that?
You mean an unsolved mystery?
No, that people solved it because of the internet. All of us.
Oh, I see. Actually, yes, and it was on Unsolved Mysteries, and I remember it specifically because it happened in the town next to me, the town next to where I grew up. There was this family murder of 5 members of a family by John List in New Jersey, where I'm from, and he murdered his 3 children, his mother, and his wife, and skipped for, my God, he must have been on the lam for like 30 years. Disappeared. Wow. People thought he went to Europe. They thought he had gone to Switzerland. They didn't know where he was. It was horrible. It was a horrible crime. And they put that story on America's Most. No, it was done on Unsolved Mysteries. And somebody picked up the episode and realized he was a neighbor of theirs. He was living near them. He was either in their apartment complex or their neighborhood or something. And they caught him after all those years. It was
wow.
People do get caught through those efforts, I think, because most citizens really have good intentions. They don't want people getting away with horrible crimes. And what was done, that was a groundbreaking case, because they had to age him. He had gotten away when he was in his 40s, and he was gotten away with it for like 20, 30 years, something like that. Actually served a spell in prison before he died. They took an artist made a clay bust of him and took a photo of him and age progressed him through the sculpture. It was brilliant. I forget the man's name. I wish I could remember it because he's well known in the field now. He's a groundbreaking sculptor for doing this specifically with crime. And he molded the face, and it was this spitting image of John List as an older man.
Wow.
And it was one of those seminal episodes where the technology, the way crime technology was evolving, was helping catch people, which was like age progressing a photograph, age progressing somebody in a 3-dimensional sculpture. So that happened through that show. And a lot of people, that show has helped solve a lot of cases, I think. I haven't watched it lately. I know they put it on Netflix now. They have on
Well, the
some
last thing,
on Netflix.
thank you for all that. That's fascinating. I was just going to say, in thinking about this as you're talking, I'm like, it would be cool if instead of us being afraid of being spied on the internet, if we felt that we could help out our government in solving crimes, that sure would restore some confidence.
Yeah, I think that there's that yin yang of the internet. You get the dark side and the light side. You got to decide what side you're going to work on, but you have to remain aware that the other side's always operating. And but there a lot of good comes out of those shows, because I might sound naive, but I still believe most citizens are basically wanting to help. Most people, at least in my experience. Like I said, maybe I am naive. I don't know, but I'm an optimist. I am an optimist in spite of all the junky stuff I study, all the creepy stuff I study. I'm an optimist. So that show does help, and I think what I'm talking about by making a contribution is exactly that. To put the word out there. You don't have to write a book. You don't have to have a YouTube channel. Just talk to people. Express your concerns. That puts an energy outside of you, the same as all these other media. I just wrote a book because I wanted, I'd always wanted to write a book about something. I'd been writing since I was a kid. And in my mind, writing a book back then was a huge thing because you had to get it published. Now, I've self-published everything. You can self-publish a piece of garbage if you want. And I'm not saying my work is garbage, but I'm saying it's easier to do. But it always meant a lot. I always thought I should write a book because I was always writing. People are saying, you're writing, you should write a book. And I'd be like, about what? I didn't have the confidence. But making a contribution is just expressing a concern to somebody about something that you think is going wrong.
I tell you, one of my goals is to have a get together with people locally and about books and these topics. And it would be nice to bring back the vibe of the old bookstores and new age bookstores and all that to connect the two.
Yeah. I miss bookstores a lot because I even see it with my own having 5 books on the market. People don't read. I read voraciously when I was a kid. I was reading all kinds of stuff since I was able to read because I just wanted knowledge about everything. But, people don't read anymore. They want to see a video. They want to watch a live stream. They don't read. And that goes hand in hand with being able to publish anything that you want. The market is flooded with stuff that nobody ever reads. But if you did something face to face, if you went and got some time in a civic center, or you went to your local high school, or you went to Meetup, I think a Meetup.
You got rooms at the library, any of it.
Yeah, if you just get some people together to talk, that would be a beautiful start because you would be together sharing ideas. And once you share an idea with somebody that maybe hasn't thought of something in a certain way yet, you would be amazed. A little bit of human contact, and that human contact's important. We're always doing online. I mean, I have all these friends now that I've never met, which is kind of weird because I'm an old timer from when we were in the 3rd dimension all the time. And so I think it would be great if you did that, Chad. I think it'd be a great thing for you to do. And I think it would inspire other actions. Other things would come of it. Maybe you'd have a newsletter. Maybe you'd have people come from out of town to speak and talk to your group.
Definitely zines.
I think it's a seed of something that could be really positive. And it always starts with something small. It always does,
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. I think it's a great idea. I encourage you. I think it's a great thing. We always think we have to go big. All of a sudden, we have to go big. It has to be on this grand scale. No, everything starts with a seed. Every book starts with a word.
I see there's a comment in the chat from Martian Medicine Man. We call him Al as well. It says the Bible forbids astrology. Do you get that a lot?
Oh dear, I'm a sinner. Oh, I've been called worse than I've been called a Satanist. I've been called all kinds of nasty things. I just want to invite you to think about who created the universe. The planets and the stars are conveyors of divine messages. if you think for a minute that Lucifer or Satan created the universe and the stars and the planets and astrology, you must be living in daily hell. That's all I can say.
Fair enough. All right. Let's bring on. Oh, we got a lot of people back here. Let's do Clint next.
Hi, Clint.
Hey,
How
what's
are
up?
you?
Uh,
Good. How you doing?
pretty good. Oh, not bad. Just happened to hit the bong like a million times right before he put me on. I was gonna mention the whole. What was it? We were talking about 9/11 earlier.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The what was it? Damn, I was gonna bring up something about the British Israelism movement, where so Jordan Maxwell points out this document from like 1930, some kind of it was in congressional records or some shit about this British Israelism movement and how the new age would start 2001 in September.
Yeah.
And basically Jordan Maxwell was stating that the British Israelists, plan 9/11, over 50 years in advance, and the symbol of it, the parallel with the Reichstag burning, etc. It's very intense. Like I remember, it seems so. Or I guess I should probably ask you about your murder case thing or something. So what? So are you a fan of like the X-Files and some of their stuff with the murder?
I love the X-Files back in the 90s. I actually have was very attached to two of their mottos. First one being "the truth is out there," and the second one being "trust no one." And I pretty much believe in both. They're pretty much my own personal mottos right now.
Yeah, your story about the murders reminded me of that episode where the psychic is like, you'll see a short, fat Nazi stormtrooper, and Mulder points to the propane tank, and he's like, doesn't that look kind of like a, and that but the so I guess what was I going to mention? The dude's comment talking about the how he thought that the Bible was against the stars. The Bible has so many references to the stars. It's insane. There's no. Oh, sorry. What were you saying?
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut in.
The Star of Bethlehem. That's an easy one.
Yeah, that was a supernova. That happened to be a supernova that led those three guys. If that was really happening at that time, the Bible, I think, is largely an allegory. In other words, it's a symbol of about human behaviors and human tendencies. However, it does refer enough times to the stars and the planets, as I see them as divine guidance. I can't imagine a malevolent force created all that up there, and we're down here, and it's not raining down on us like atomic hellfire. So, but it's crazy to think that it would be anything but divine guidance. I think most things are here for that. We don't look at things that way. We look at, if we can't control something, we're automatically afraid of it. It's against us. People are afraid of astrology because they think it's going to tell them something they don't want to hear. Most questions by people who are uninformed are like, do the planets really control me? There's this fear of loss of control to a force outside of them when we are all one and the same. I mean, that's how I see it. Unfortunately, most people don't look at it that way. But
go
ahead.
Oh, so what? To switch subjects a little bit. What was, so when you were young? Was there any conspiracies back then that kind of got you started, or?
Actually, this is so funny. I was just watching this the other night on Sci-Fi Channel. My favorite television, I was the big TV freak. I still watch TV. I'm just always been a TV person, even though a lot of it's garbage. My favorite show growing up was The Twilight Zone. That was so ahead of its time that And I watch it now, and it looks cheesy and amateurish. I mean, it is what it is. It was the late 50s, and a lot of it was stage production. They did not have special effects like they would have now. But what's behind a lot of those stories was so true. And I look at it now and think, I see the reason I was so drawn to this. They were showing things behind the scenes of what was really going on, and they were doing it in a very intelligent way. The writers on that show were extremely perceptive people, and they were basically forewarning us. And back then, I was just fascinated by the weirdness of it. I didn't get the full connection. When I watch it now, I was like, oh yeah, now I know why I like this so much. But yeah, there were, to answer your question, yeah, there were stuff that they portrayed a lot of situations showing like alternate outcomes.
Yeah.
If you know what I mean.
Do you have any you got any interesting ghost stories?
I used to. As a kid, I was fascinated. Lately, I don't really, I believe in that. I believe in the paranormal, absolutely, but I don't really pay much attention to it. I guess I'm more caught up in the true crime genre now than I was before. But ghosts, I absolutely believe in that energy. I believe in the afterlife. I believe in ghostly imprints, and I believe buildings are haunted. There are energies we don't understand at work in certain places.
Hey,
I think,
have you ever looked into any of these cases that were helped by psychics?
Oh, sure. Actually, it's funny you mentioned, because Occult Rejects is going to be doing a show on that in about a month. Or the panel's going to be looking into crimes solved by psychic detectives. That fascinates me, because I've always been fascinated by psychics. And yeah, I'm looking forward to doing that one, like I said, in about a month from now.
Yeah, I mean, I only asked because I've heard that they've actually had some successes doing that.
Yeah, it depends on the psychic. I think what happens is, and I've faced this kind of skepticism in my own work. People think that if you have a special perception into a situation like a psychic would, that if the psychic does not come up with the name and address of the perpetrator and what weapon he used and where he hid the weapon and where where he is now, it doesn't work that way. Psychic impressions do not come through like a Google search. Psychics perceive in a number of ways. They see primarily images. They may see numbers. They may smell things. They're clairvoyant. They're clairaudient. They hear things. They're clairsentient. They have feelings. So people tend to shy away from that, thinking, oh no, they don't know the guy's name. What good are they? When in fact, they can get imagery of a crime that can be very vital to solving it.
Have you ever delved into the Black Dahlia case? And I've always speculated that was a Masonic murder, possibly.
Yeah, actually, we did Occult Rejects, and we did a show on Black Dahlia on January 15th of this year. And I remember the date because it was the anniversary of her murder in 1947. It was the 77th anniversary of her murder, which we thought was funny because that's like an occult number. So if you want to look up Occult Rejects, Black Dahlia, that was freakish because I mainlined that show. I did most of the research, not all of the research. I got to give the team credit, but I looked into it in great depth. And this occult symbology showed me that it was in fact related to Nazism in the government, which is related to Freemasonry. I mean, they're not that far apart at all.
Yeah,
so because the symbolism in that murder, which I had never looked at it that way before. But once I think that the name of the episode I came up with when I was reviewing the crime horoscope, certain elements of it kept saying, because the symbology in the chart was like, this is a black sun. This is a black sun. There's a reference to a black sun. I did not know that the black sun was a physical symbol of Nazism that they had on equipment and uniforms. And it was a crazy looking sun with wavy lines and just very disturbing looking design. And so I thought black sun, when I find black sun and then elements of the crime related to the complete abuse and destruction of women and the feminine principle, which is also a part of Satanism, of Nazism. The women are subservient and they are good for one thing and that's it. And because Black Dahlia related to a lot of murders of young women that were taking place in Los Angeles at the same time. And the symbology to all of them was floral. It wasn't just Black Dahlia. There was the white hibiscus murder, and there was the red rose murder. And Dahlia had a red rose tattoo that was removed from her body when she was killed. And
really?
I'm thinking a black sun and all these dead flowers. What is that? That's the reverse Garden of Eden. That's the black sun of the patriarchy government murdering the women. It was the reverse of what it was supposed to be.
What was the color combination? Black is one. Red
black,
for the
you always
rose.
get black, red, and white. You always get that. And there are
wow, that's the occult
satanic
colors.
Those were the colors in the mass murder that I also talked about. It was satanic colors, and yeah. Go ahead.
Did you notice the house right next to the Black Dahlia murders? How it looked like a temple.
Oh,
You're gonna have to check that out.
You mean the Franklin house? The what was it called?
I
the
think
Jaws
that's
house. No, it was on
it had
Franklin
like a weird
Street. Yeah, it was actually
courtyard.
done, and yeah, it was done. I actually showed slides of the depiction of that house because it's open to tourism. But if you go through some, like the garden, it's surrounded by flowers, which I thought was also very symbolic. I know a lot of houses have flowers, but when you think about Black Dahlia and all these women that were murdered were getting floral nicknames, and then you go to the house where supposedly some of the principals lived at one time, where they openly did satanic and sexual rituals, and it's filled with flowers, and some of the rooms looked just like a place where you would do a ritual. They almost looked like CERN, if you've seen photographs of CERN with the big, flame thing in the middle. And the symbolism Black Dahlia was striking. So we did a show on that, and that was really, it really was interesting because I had always studied the Black Dahlia murders for a long time without ever making the occult connections. Because I just learned more and more.
Did you notice how did you link the body being cut in half to the second degree of Freemasonry?
Yeah, I felt that was significant. And I also for a long time wondered why was the body, I don't want to gross out the viewers, but we're talking about a really bad crime here. The body was completely drained of blood and then cleaned.
Whoa.
And I always thought that was, I thought, well, here's what I found out in my research. That at first I thought, okay, it was deliberate. It was a blood ritual, everything. But no, who I think murdered her in a hotel room and had done such horrific damage to her body that she had bled out in this hotel room, so that there was really, it wasn't a question of the blood being drained. She just was so badly injured that she just bled, and they had to destroy everything in the hotel room to get rid of the evidence. So no, I always thought, that's a blood ritual. No, it wasn't. It was a ritual of another kind.
So no vampires then?
No.
Darn.
No, they're not this time. No.
I've always thought it was.
The only reason I say that is because it does kind of sound like, those old blood libel pictures you'd see where they're like poking at the the victim and they're collecting the blood in some bowls and stuff like that.
Yeah, a lot of horrific things were done to her, but I don't think that was one of them. I think she just was so brutally killed that she, lost a lot of blood, and it was all caught in the hotel room. It wasn't a question of it being, like I said, drained. But there's other things about that murder and then even the gematria of the murder kept coming back to murder stuff. And the date of the murder coincided with her name gematria and a lot of other things.
Now, what do you attribute that to? Are these people doing it on purpose or some kind of weird magic or synchronicity?
Yeah, all of the above. What was going on in LA at the time? This was right after the end of World War II. And what I love about my work is I have to research history. I don't think that any crime happens in a vacuum. So I did a lot of researching. I always researched the time era and what was going on in society and what were the trends in civilization at the time. Because, like I said, no crime happens in a vacuum. So it was the end of World War II. People were transient. You have a lot of soldiers coming and going, and this was in Los Angeles, which was a major port of return from the soldiers coming back from the Pacific. So the Black Dahlia was dating a lot of soldiers. She was going out with a lot of different guys. And that's why it was so hard to find her killer, because there was a whole troop of suspects, men that were pissed off at her because she was a very pretty girl. She was very flirtatious, but she kind of got around by getting guys to pay for her dinners and pay for her drinks. And that was great, except that she was not interested really in sleeping with most of them, and that pissed a lot of them off. So there was that dynamic going on in the case. But what was going on, there's a lot of transiency, and a lot of young girls like Elizabeth Short were flocking to Hollywood because they wanted to get into the pictures. They had grown up in horrible conditions during the Depression. Then there's World War II. People were suffering for many years, and young girls wanted to go and be in the movies. They wanted to make a lot of money. They wanted to be famous. So girls were showing up in LA in droves, and the media and the government hierarchy was morally opposed to this. They thought it was a corruption on society. Young women should have kept their mouths shut, got married, had babies, stayed home, and not gone out to nightclubs, not been waitresses, not been working in bars. A lot of these girls ended up being trafficked because they were promised things, and then they're promised parts in movies, but you have to work at my nightclub first, where you have to be a stripper or please the clients in some way or another. So they called them problem girls. And there was a lot of really hostile press towards them. So when girls started turning up being murdered, the press made a game out of it, calling it, this was the white hibiscus murder, and this was the red rose murder. It was kind of making fun of these girls and saying, and suggesting that, hey, part of the problem is being removed. They didn't really investigate these murders. That's why Dahlia never got solved. Most of them didn't get solved. It was kind of like a clamp down on what they considered something immoral, but the way they were treating it was far more immoral than what
even
the girls were up to.
Shirley Temple, she was getting sexually harassment. I think she was a teenager getting chased around desks and stuff like that.
Oh, wow. If you look at Shirley, her life, I think she was probably being molested from the time she started making those movies at the age of 3.
Oh,
if you look at the movie, absolutely. Child stars, that's how they get in there. That's how they have their own little mini casting couch where they have to satisfy some of these disgusting wealthy producers in some way. And the parents are desperate enough or warped enough to think that, let her do that. It can't hurt her that much, and we'll make money off it. She'll become a star and she'll be happy. And if you look at the fate of these child stars, starting with way back then with Shirley Temple, they all had something going on. They were all molested. That was how they got where they got. You don't get anywhere without bending over to somebody or
and
doing
like
a huge favor.
A modern example would be somebody like Britney Spears, who was
absolutely
kind of like a slave practically.
And if they came through the Disney Channel, boy, then you could bank on it. You could absolutely bank on it. Like how many kids? Nickelodeon. I don't know if anybody saw that special on Dan Schneider a couple of weeks ago. I think it was on Reels on Nickelodeon. Stars Amanda Bynes and Drake Bell, and coming out and speaking out about how badly they were molested while they were child stars, and that was how they got their in to the show. So anyway, that was what was going on back in the day with Black Dahlia. There was a sustained effort to get rid of these women, and nobody really cared that she was killed. They said horrible things about her in the paper, and they all knew who did it. They all knew who did it and covered it up, which is even worse. The two main lead detectives were very active in shutting down any investigation. Even went to a grand jury. They shut that down. And the day after they shut down the final investigation into her murder, they both got brand new cars. What a coincidence.
Kind of reminds me of Roman Polanski, how Hollywood just
Oh,
kind of
yeah.
ignored his crimes and were totally cool with him, even though he was a terrible person. Hey, Gio, what's going on?
Hey, what's going on, Dan?
Hey, do you have any questions for our guest?
Not off the top of my head. I'm kind of still stuck in this whole thing about the hijacking of the term Lucifer.
Oh, cool. That's not really what we're talking about at the moment, though.
Yeah. No, I was kind of in the middle of talking to somebody on the side here and just kind of popped in. But what were we talking about exactly?
Well, why don't we get back to the Lucifer thing later on, Gio, in our roundtable session later. Let's go ahead and go with Jin. Jin.
Hey, Jin. How are you?
Hey, BD. Hey, Dan. Thank you so much for having me on, I guess. And hey, BD. I mean, BD and I have an episode coming out on my show. I just want to shout that out. And of course, the incredible work she's done with Occult Rejects. Shout out to Nick and Lisa because we love them and obviously fans of the show. BD, you've said so many interesting things tonight. I mean, I was going to ask you, obviously, that something that we spoke about on when I interviewed you, but the planetary and like lunar phase alignments that you see often in these crimes. Now, for the Black Dahlia, was there anything that you would find typical or atypical astrologically, whatever you've looked at?
Like I said before, the position of the sun in relation to Saturn, and there is a lot of Scorpio in that chart, which is of a black color. And I kept looking at how they were aligning with each other in the chart, and it just popped in my head, black sun. And I had no idea that that was a Nazi symbol. I just was seeing the sun was in the color of black. The sun is the giver of life. It's this bright yellow, energetic color. And to see it in such a dark color was disturbing. And then to see that the names of all these murder victims were the names of flowers, which the sun is supposed to nurture a garden of flowers. And yet here are all these flowers dying and being killed, and the sun is the wrong color and it's dark, and the garden is not flourishing. And that's what I drew my inspiration to take off from that viewpoint into looking at black sun. Then I realized, oh my God, this is a Nazi symbol, and these are Nazi activities, doing away with young women and committing murders, and with the idea that, this is this strict fascist law and order regime, and getting rid of these immoral young girls, which is really, violent and horrific on the face of it. And then one of the stars was interesting. In Chinese, the fixed star was called something like the odor of rotting corpses. That was the literal translation of a predominant star in that horoscope. And I was like, rotting corpses, well, that's rotting flowers too. That's dead flowers, dead bodies, dead flowers, rotting corpses. And so that pushed me along in my theory about that murder, was the stars and the planetary positions. The moon and sun, I don't think there was an eclipse. I don't think there was a new moon or a full moon, although in many cases, in the cases we just covered with Smiley Face, there was a lot of activity relating to new and full moons. Not so in the Black Dahlia. There was other stuff going on with other planets that was equally powerful at that.
Sounds like witchcraft.
Yeah, it could be. I think for sure a lot of these are deliberately timed to align with some of these bad configurations of planets, because planets can have a nefarious energy of their own. It's how they appear, and they really aren't saintly in any way. They're just a reflection of nature. You have good days, you have bad days, you have good influence and bad.
In witchcraft, you have a very popular phrase called drawing down the moon.
Yes, I've heard that. Yeah, there's ways of taking advantage of certain nefarious vibrations in the skies. There certainly are. They're up there. It's not, like I said, it's not always heavenly. You can't think of it that way. But I saw in especially the Smiley Face Killers, there was definite alignment with an objective of murder. That's what I got from that whole series. And I was starting to find patterns in those, and like I said, in terms of new and full moons.
One thing, BD, that I think is interesting about the Black Dahlia murders is that, as you know, probably because you follow me on Twitter, and something I often speak about, it is this kind of association of the planetary powers, especially Kabbalah, with with herbs and with plants. Mm-hmm. And I know you also are a gardener as well as I am. So it's just, I find this very interesting because even when you were speaking like the white hibiscus, like, okay, I immediately know that goes with Netzach. Black Dahlia, that goes with Saturn, that goes with Banah. So I mean, even I can make the map in my mind like as you're speaking. So I definitely do think there is a kind of pattern through the flowers, and although we're saying, I know you said that the press sort of developed their own names for them, but it is interesting to consider what if the sort of cult or whatever the background actors were feeding the press the names as well. I think that's kind of
certainly could have been. Certainly could have been. If you have occultists behind the helm, of course they're going to know that stuff. But it's funny that reverting back to the Black Dahlia, the first inkling I got was when I did the chart years ago, and I remember looking because, as you know, Jen, in astrology, every plant, every herb has a planetary ruler.
Yes.
Venus will rule certain beautiful flowers. The moon will rule others. Saturn will rule yet others, and so on. When I was looking at the chart, what represented the Dahlia herself in this chart was Jupiter and Scorpio in the 8th house. And I was blown away. Jupiter rules Dahlia. Scorpio rules black. The 8th house rules death and murder. I looked at that. Oh my God, it really is that literal. It really is. I mean, I know that it is, but when it's in front of my face, it's screaming at me like that. I was like, Jupiter being the Dahlia rules that flower, and it's in the sign that rules black. So I knew that I could use that horoscope to get more information. It's, I knew that it was going to key me into more information. It really did. But yeah, everything is, in fact, there's branches of astrology I wish I would have the time and inclination to learn, but everything rules stuff. And if you're familiar at all with medical astrology, they were so genius in the Middle Ages at diagnosing and curing certain ailments just by looking at the planetary statement in the horoscope and figuring out, well, we need this. For example, Sun rules gold, and gold helps cure arthritis, which is ruled by Saturn, and Sun, Saturn oppose each other by sign, and stuff like that. They knew all that. They had all that wisdom, and we have the gall to criticize them for being primitive.
Yeah, that's so funny. I was thinking that exact same thing. Like we sit here and we make fun of this stuff. I know. People putting leeches on people and stuff like that, or bleeding them out and stuff like that. But some of this stuff, it sounds genius. It kind of reminds me of
genius. It's totally genius. And it's like, because they didn't have cell phones, we think they were primitive. They didn't have the internet and they were backwards. No, they knew stuff that was so advanced, and I'd love to know how they knew that. They didn't even they had used an abacus to do extremely complex calculations.
I feel like
a computer, how do they do that?
Like that too. Acupuncture, sticking needles in different parts.
BD has an acupuncture background, actually.
Oh, yeah.
Really? I was an acupuncturist. Yeah, I have a diploma and license. I'm not practicing it now, but I studied it because at that point in my life, I was fascinated with energy. I wanted to understand what caused illness and what caused healing. And acupuncture, actually, it's a funny parallel because I said before, I'm studying ley lines and burial mounds and stuff now. Acupuncture is simply the energetic lines that traverse the body. They're actually electrical in nature. They can be measured. The points can be measured with a certain apparatus that will measure the electrical frequency. And I was so fascinated by that at that point in time that I went and did the 3.5-year study and got my, like I said, my diploma and my license to practice in New York State and New Jersey. And but that was what drove me, was just learning about the interplay of energies. And of course, Chinese medicine is so steeped in the study of herbs and natural healing, natural effects. I've always been anti-pharmaceutical. I don't like drugs. I don't respond well to drugs. when I had that full respiratory arrest and almost died, it wasn't because I didn't have access to asthma medicine. I took too much of it and almost died because I was taking the right medication. It wasn't helping me, so I kept using it, and then finally completely closed down my airway. But so it was a way for me to learn natural things, but also with medical astrology, going back to that, they would diagnose somebody from their horoscope. And they would also figure out by nature of what their body energies were. Okay, you need this herb and that herb, which is ruled by Mercury, and it only is, you can only find it in the spring in a damp climate, blah, blah, blah. They knew all that. They had incredible intelligence about that, which we don't give them enough credit for. But that's all that can be done. People were doctors back in the medieval Middle Ages times were schooled in astrology. It was part of their training. It was normal. Whereas now, people would sue them for malpractice.
A quick question from the chat is from Clint once again.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the burning mugwort acupuncture?
Not only that, I've heard of fellow acupuncturists who got busted for burning it because people smelled it and thought they were smoking pot. Oh yeah, I have some sticks of mugwort. Sometimes I use it called moxibustion. Sometimes I will use that. But yeah, it was a very effective healing remedy for certain topical situations, even for deeper ailments. I used to use it for indigestion, burning mugwort, putting it around my abdomen, or burning little cones of herbs. We were all trained in all doing that kind of stuff during my training. We had different techniques as well as needles. I don't even like to call them needles, filaments. There were many techniques that I learned that were invaluable to me in that training. And I use them now because, like I said, I don't trust modern medicine. I really don't. Since they helped save my life years ago, I've kind of turned my back on them. I hate to say, but I just don't trust pharmaceuticals, and I don't trust the medical profession the way they are right now.
Especially when it seems that they've actually hid information about natural remedies so they can sell their oil-based medicines that they charge 100 times what it actually costs to produce.
Yeah, I had a number of run-ins with MDs during my acupuncture career, and they would actively try to discourage my patients from seeing me because that doesn't work. I'm sorry, have you studied the treatises and tracts written by scientific professionals on the efficacy of acupuncture? No, it's just they were threatened that we were going to usurp their territory.
Yeah.
I had so much between them and the insurance companies trying to tell me how to run my practice. I was like, I'm over it. I don't need to do this. There was way too much resistance to something that I felt was such a gift to humanity. And I was just completely bummed out by the lack of reception to it. And the fact that most of the people that came to me were so far gone in their illness that they were very difficult to treat, because acupuncture is always a last resort. You've gone to doctors for 10 years who didn't help you. By then you're seriously chronically ill. And you bring it all to an acupuncturist and think that they're going to solve it in a couple of weeks or months or in a couple of treatments. It's a totally unrealistic treatment in the profession. And that was what I and my colleagues faced all the time. It's like they would come to us as a last resort after being sick to death for years and think, well, I went to her 3 times and didn't do anything. Chronically ill people do not get miraculous turnarounds. And so there was an unfair expectation. At the same time that people were skeptical, they were thinking I was going to be able to help them very quickly. They were thinking that a needle was a magic bullet. It really wasn't. So that, all that being said, all that resistance and the opposition by doctors and then by the insurance companies telling me, you got to use this diagnostic code for that, and you got to use this point prescription for that malady. I was like, no, I have to do what I was trained to do and not cookbook my treatments, because that's what they wanted you to do. They wanted you to follow a standard differential diagnosis and then a standard point prescription of treatment. I said, no, I wasn't trained to do that. I was trained to figure it out for myself based on the person's presentation. So I practiced for a few years and I just, threw it in. I just turned my back on the whole profession. I use it for myself and all my knowledge for myself and my friends and my family, but I will not practice it anymore. There was a lot of resistance to it, and I just wasn't equal to the energy it took to counteract that constantly on a daily basis. So was very happy to just move along with the rest of my life, basically.
One thing I found that you said that was interesting, BD, was the idea. I know you referred to this before of how the ley lines, the macrocosm, the microcosm,
right,
it
right.
refers to the body. Well, I do
Right.
think it's interesting that a lot of early Chinese medicine would use certain metallic needles, like they would use gold needles sometimes, copper, gold. And I know in Indonesian medicine, they also use a lot of these sort of gemstones, but they insert it inside in the joints, as well as the gold, silver, and copper, and sometimes liquid mercury. I know that people have a meltdown, but I mean, even Chinese medicine uses cinnabar. So, you know, we make allowances for things that are considered to be toxic, because in formulation, things you can remedy, you can adjust the amount of toxin with other herbs, obviously.
Sure.
I thought that was interesting that there's like there's an elemental sort of association of, because as you said, the planets have correspondences, have planetary metals. So there are places on the earth that are very similar to the human body. So if you place a needle in a person, a gold needle maybe, and that you place a monument, maybe made of bronze or brass or whatever, in certain places, that may activate the energies.
Absolutely.
That may be, or it may also disrupt the energies. It can work either way, right?
It's all boils down to sort of frequency and vibration. I think that's really the essence of healing, is frequency and vibration. And because the acupoints are already resonating to a certain electrical frequency, you match that up and you can remove blockages, which Chinese medicine teaches. The basis of illness is the lack of steady flow or sufficient flow of qi or ki throughout the body.
Do you
That
think
starts
that
everything.
Do you think that Reiki healing actually works?
Yeah, I do, because I know people who have used it. My sister actually is an extremely accomplished, it's hard to have names for what people do when it's not recognized, but she does remote healing. She does quantum touch healing, which is similar to Reiki. And she has worked on me with things that normally a chiropractor would have to fix. And she feels the part in my body and then fixes it energetically. She's extremely accomplished. She and I actually were at the Casey Institute together years ago, and she stayed and I left. And she learned a tremendous amount down there from all the alternative healers that were there.
That's the Edgar Casey Institute?
Edgar Casey in Virginia Beach. It's called the Association for Research and Enlightenment, ARE, we called it.
Edgar Casey was doing the same thing. He was healing people remotely, right?
He wasn't healing them. He was diagnosing them and prescribing treatments by just viewing their Akashic records. He had a certain connection to an intelligence or an entity that would review the Akashic records. And I'm telling you, the guy was remarkable to a degree that was phenomenal, because he, by nature, was an uneducated, what we would ignorantly call country bumpkin. He was a very plain, simple man. He was a fundamentalist Christian. He just accidentally discovered one day that he could go into trance, and this entity that spoke through him would locate the Akashic record of an individual that sought his advice and do a reading saying, your astrology is this, your planetary energies are this. He knew their astrology chart just through the Akashic record. This is what's wrong with your body. This is how it started. He would go back 3 or 4 lifetimes to outline what the karmic element was that may have set them on this path to ill health, which is fascinating. And I've been reviewing a lot of Casey stuff, because at some point I think Occult Rejects is going to do a show on Casey. I'm going to be working on that. And
isn't the Institute, I probably have this wrong, but aren't they involved in some kind of like legal battle with the Sphinx or something like that?
I'm not aware of that. They over the years have faced a number of legal challenges, but I'm really not in connection with them on that basis. I just know of the readings and what I learned from them. And I don't get interested in political stuff like that,
Yeah, I
just,
from what I remember, it has to do with Casey's predictions about them uncovering a bunch of secret documents and stuff like that. Like he did some prophecies about it. It's interesting.
Yeah,
stuff.
he did a lot. He did like 14,000 readings on just about everything. Maybe half of them were health related, but a lot of them were like, he did a lot on Atlantis. He did a lot on ancient Egypt. He did a lot on future. With the reading section that is called Earth Changes were mainly prophecies of, well, not they would be prophecies because they were from a divine intelligence about how the earth was going to change. And he died in 1945. So from 45 on, and he said most of them would be starting the advent of the 21st century. You'd start to see these changes taking place. And he talked about a lot of natural disasters, which we seem to have in abundance the past 10 years or so. Hurricanes, devastating floods, earthquakes, stuff like that. He talked about the polar shift. He talked about the coasts disappearing into the ocean, which sounds catastrophic, but happens over a period of time anyway. We're losing shoreline for various reasons.
Yeah,
he talked about
icebergs are melting.
Yeah. And he talked about one thing that people call him out on, which is not fair. He said a lot of Florida is going to be sinking into the waters. Well, it is, and not from the coast, but look at all the sinkholes that are popping up in Florida. There's this one day there's a highway there, and the next day there's an enormous crater in the ground where the highway sank down. So he was right about a lot of that. And he spoke a lot about religions, people's inclinations. He spoke a lot about diet and therapy. He actually was the inspiration for me to train in massage therapy. Before I went to acupuncture school, I trained in massage therapy because he talked about massage therapy being one of the best things you can ever do for your body. And his approach to healing was so basic and so beautiful. And you really didn't need drugs. He would come up with suggestions that were herbal in nature, but some of which were very hard to get. So this guy I knew, it was really a nice friend of mine, Tom Johnson, ran a store called the Heritage Store in Virginia Beach. And it was the only store in the whole world that deliberately sought out every remedy that Edgar Cayce ever mentioned and saw that he could bring it to market and sell it to people that needed it, who were following the readings. Because a lot of them were really obscure things. And unusual things, like for lung problems, he recommended you inhale the fumes from a charred oak keg, which is like an oak barrel with the inside is burned out. Something about the chemical composition of fumes that come from that is beneficial to lung function. Where do you get a charred oak keg? Well, Tom Johnson found a way to get them, and he brought them to the Heritage Store. And Tom was a really nice friend. He actually was writing a book on Cayce, and he hired me to be a research assistant. So back then, I got to read all these readings by Edgar Cayce and get paid for it. And it went into a book that I have a copy on my shelf right now. So I learned a lot through research and being there and just the people who were there, and just developed a love of holistic healing. I just realized, we have everything we need in the earth. We have everything we need in our experience to prosper, to move forward with life, to make our lives meaningful. And the profit motive has destroyed so much of that knowledge. And yet my orientation was always to go back to nature. And that's what I got from Cayce. That was one of the huge gifts I got from studying Cayce, which I follow to this day. And of course, from there, I go on to train in massage therapy, and then I go on to train in acupuncture. Then I'm back into astrology, which is a whole different approach to reality. And it all came together in a really beautiful way in my life. But anyway, with Cayce, right, Reiki, absolutely. I believe in remote healing. I believe in energetic healing. I use a number of appliances that people aren't familiar with for my own health. I have a Rife machine, I guess you call it frequency machine. I have what is called the biophoton analyzer. I have a lot of stuff. I have tuning forks that you use in place of acupuncture filaments. You put the tuning fork, the resonating tuning fork on the acupoint instead of a filament. And that is remarkable because you're healing through sound vibration.
Oh man, we got to get together sometime. I want to play with this stuff.
Okay. Anytime. Yeah. Royal Rife. Absolutely. Royal Rife is my hero.
Jen, did you have any other questions for BD?
I just thought it was so fascinating. Obviously, I know some of this, but I mean, BD always, because she's such an interesting person, she always reveals different, aspects of herself all her different swap casts. So I've learned a lot, but I knew some of it. But thank you so much, BD, for sharing this, and I think it was an incredible show tonight, Dan. So good job, everybody.
Thank you, Jen. Thanks, Jen. Take care.
Jen, you the man.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's
Absolutely.
Great. I have to say in response real quick to what he said, I know a little bit about a lot of things. I don't consider myself an expert in anything really, but I know enough of a little bit about a lot of things to make sense of the bigger picture. I think that's why I talk a lot about all these different things. I would not consider myself an expert in any of them, to be honest with you. Not even astrology. I think I've scratched the surface of that. But it's just fun to blend them all together and see that they kind of point all in the same direction,
Yeah, I'm kind of the same way a little bit, but I did want to kind of touch on that bloodline thing again. You kind of hinted at some people that you found out are related to these bloodlines. I'd love can you give us just maybe one or two.
I'll give you some really well. I'm going to crack up laughing because this stuff makes me laugh. I know I have a weird sense of humor, but I looked at bloodlines of presidential assassins. Okay. It's very amusing. And then I started to look at some celebrities. This one gets me. I have to do this one first because this one just tickles me pink for some reason. Everybody's probably getting really sick of Taylor Swift by now. I know I am. She's just super saturated all over the place. I looked at her background. She's got an illustrious bloodline. She's a descendant of King Robert I, who I think was France, or maybe Scotland, I'm sorry. But a descendant of the the de Ros family, think the Rosslyn Chapel, Rose line going through Scotland, and a descendant of Isabel of Scotland. So you got some high up nobility going back hundreds of years. She's also a descendant of peerage names like Sherburne, Rushton, Worden, and Worthington. But the thing that tickles me the most is that she is also a distant cousin of Jeffrey Dahmer.
Whoa.
That just gets me. That gets me. Right. She's got me. And here's another relation. Now I looked at Kurt Cobain because I was getting into the musician people.
All right, I like this.
We got John Alden, who came over on the Mayflower, and what they call the Great Migration of pilgrims coming over to the New World in the early 17th century. A lot of nobility now drew from those people, from those individuals that came over and helped establish the colonies here. So Kurt Cobain goes back to John Alden. You have John and Priscilla Alden, I think the original couple. To John Adams, the 3rd and 6th president of the United States. He's related to the Adams. He's a descendant of Henry Wadsworth Longfellow, a poet, descendant of President Ulysses S. Grant from the post-Civil War, distant cousin to FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the president during the Great Depression and World War II. Jane Austen, the British author, Henry David Thoreau, the naturalist, and I believe he was a poet. Marilyn Monroe, Alan Shepard, the first American in space, Governor Mitt Romney, actor Zac Efron, Taylor Swift pops up in this discussion again, the Wright brothers who invented the airplanes, and Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer likes to get in there. So that's connections to Kurt Cobain. Now, when we get back to the presidential assassins, John Wilkes Booth, who shot Abraham Lincoln, was direct descendant of British nobility, which I've always heard that the British were the ones that wanted him assassinated for some reason to do with finance or treasury or something. He was related to the bloodlines of the Drydens, the Spencers, of which Lady Diana was a Spencer. So you have one presidential assassin with royal bloodline. You have Mark David Chapman. I did a piece on him with Occult Rejects a couple of months ago. He was convicted or confessed to the shooting of Beatle John Lennon. He was a descendant of the Great Migration, and he's also a descendant of he's related to Walt Disney. Now we go on to the next presidential assassin, John Hinckley Jr., who shot President Ronald Reagan in March of 1981. Hinckley's a weird animal. He's got bloodlines going back 16 generations into the 1500s. The names, very eminent British peerage: Freeman, Thompson, Robbins, Curtis, Chaplin, and Gifford. And Hinckley is also related to Mark David Chapman, which is really bizarre. They're both both assassins. Now, the big ticket name is Lee Harvey Oswald, who supposedly shot JFK. All right. This one's funny too. He is a descendant of Alfred the Great, Charlemagne, Richard I, Admiral Richard Byrd, the world traveler explorer, President James Madison, President Jimmy Carter, actor Edward Norton, Eleanor Roosevelt, wife of FDR, General Robert E. Lee. That's all the bloodline of Lee Harvey Oswald. So these assassins, you got to wonder who's really pulling the strings. I mean, for somebody to come from an elite, here we go with that word, that bloodline, the other bloodline, and end up being an assassin, what is that telling you? They're not embarrassed by their progeny being murderers. They think that they're doing the world a favor. They think that they're carrying out a service to their people, to their specific bloodline, and to their activities that is going to be beneficial. So there's no disgrace in Ted Bundy. I couldn't find his bloodline, but I think he's connected somehow. There's no disgrace in a member of their bloodline or their progeny being a mass murderer or a serial killer or a presidential assassin. They're furthering an agenda. That's all it is. So that's what this tells me about these people being so highly connected. If you want to do a couple more, let's look at Jeffrey Dahmer, a serial killer, direct descendant of Mayflower immigrants, related to Franklin Delano Roosevelt, George H.W. Bush, Winston Churchill, the British Prime Minister during World War II, Marilyn Monroe, Clint Eastwood, not you, assassin, Clint Eastwood, the actor. Ulysses S. Grant, president. John Hinckley Jr. is related to Jeffrey Dahmer, the actor, comedian Dick Van Dyke, and the famous aviator Amelia Earhart, whose plane disappeared over the Pacific. Well, that was way back before World War II, but that was a famous case because they never found her plane or her remains. It's never been found. Nobody knows what happened to her. Now, everybody's favorite enemy now, Tom Hanks, extremely illustrious background. He's related to playwright Tennessee Williams. He's a descendant of William the Conqueror, King Robert I, Alfred the Great, Charlemagne. Abraham Lincoln's, his mother was Nancy Hanks Lincoln. So he's direct descendant of the Lincoln family. He's actually also related to Mr. Rogers, whom he portrayed in a film. You know, it's funny how art imitates life. He's related to Queen Elizabeth I and II, Anne Boleyn, Steve McQueen, the actor, is one of my favorite actors, Judy Garland, the singer, General Robert E. Lee, Charles III, and Thomas Jefferson, President of the U.S. We could go on from here to Marilyn Monroe, the 21st great-granddaughter of Edward I of England. She's also related to Amelia Earhart, who I just described. Revolutionary War spy Robert Townsend, Britney Spears, Paris Hilton, she's got the glamour wrapped up there, Janis Joplin, the 60s rock singer, 26th great-granddaughter of William the Conqueror. This is an illustrious bloodline this lady came from. Charles Darwin, Abraham Lincoln, and descendants of the Mayflower. And you think about Marilyn Monroe, her backstory was this little girl raised by a single mother who had mental problems, was in and out of mental institutions, and went to various foster homes and was abused and molested, something terrible in her early years. Yet she came from this. Somebody knew that because she got connected to become one of the most famous women in the world. It's interesting how they keep track of the bloodlines. And now I could mention what we talked about before. You mentioned the Mormon Church. They started the genealogy searches several decades ago. And I always thought this is an honorable thing. People can trace their roots. And then I realized when I started getting into this kind of work, I thought they're keeping track of these people because they want to keep track of the bloodlines of the nobility. They want to be able to find out who's who deserves what, who just gets special favors, who could be appointed to what role. And so I thought, okay, there's a whole different thing.
Yeah, the Taylor Swift thing. I mean, I can't believe how she's been just thrust in front of us.
I know.
I agree. It's crazy.
Yeah, I'm so tired of her and Travis Kelce. I'm over it.
And I'm sure you've seen the whole thing about how she looks so much like Anton LaVey's daughter, Zena Shrek.
Yeah. Yes. Well, it's interesting you bring that up because I've always been a huge fan of Marilyn Monroe. I did a lot of research on her murder because I believe she was murdered. Did a lot of research on her life. I loved her. I think she was a really intelligent woman, thrust into really horrible circumstances, but smart enough to make something out of it. And what she did, I think she may have dabbled somewhat in the dark arts. It was rumored that she had an affair with Anton LaVey when she was up and coming actress. Well, she slept with a lot of people. But the thing was, I'm not sure of that because she died in 1962 and the Church of Satan was not founded until 1966.
He did seem like the type of guy that would go after actresses.
I think so. But she was drawn to that because as a young girl, she did her own form of mind control. She, like Elizabeth Short, the Black Dahlia, always aspired to being something special in Hollywood. And she trained herself to have like an alternate personality where she would imagine being the movie star, although being a poor girl, from a foster home, had nothing to look forward to. She did something. She split her mind off into this persona of a movie star and put so much energy and effort into it that she actually created her own situation, which I believe you can do that. You can mind control yourself. It's just what you want to call it.
I feel like it's actually very common. Like many of them have alternate nicknames, like Eminem. His name's not Eminem. Lady Gaga. When I watched Lady Gaga, I forget what year it was, but when she did her Super Bowl performance, you could see where it just like clicks right before she starts performing.
Yeah. So Marilyn did that. She was smart enough. She was instinctively intelligent enough to do that. So she created her own altar. And it's interesting. What happened with her was that she was raised Norma Jean Baker, but her father, they always thought her father was Mortensen. So it was Norma Jean Baker, but it was really Norma Jean Mortensen. But she always denied that he was her father. And as it turns out, they only found out a couple of years ago that she was not Norma Jean Mortensen. Her father, real father, was a co-worker of her mother who worked at the film studios as a film splicer, like a film editor splicer, and had an affair with a man named Charles Stanley Gifford, and that they tested her DNA. They had Marilyn's DNA because some of it was preserved at the mortuary where she was buried. And they tested her DNA, and it turned out to belong to Charles Stanley Gifford. Now, those are names of royalty in Britain. Stanley and Gifford are long lines of nobility. So that's how they finally figured out that she was the descendant of like William the Conqueror and Edward I. So it's quite an illustrious bloodline, even as she turned out. It's just funny how that works. If you want a couple more real quick, I did a couple of, I did Billie Eilish. Talk about being spaced out into another dimension. Every time that girl sings, her eyes are rolling back on her head. She's like, she's drawing her last breath. I mean, I can't understand.
You see the toy?
Yeah.
You see the toy? It's like, man, that's got to be the most satanic toy of all time.
It's freakish.
I saw that in the kids section. I was like, what? Yeah. They're selling this stuff?
It's crazy.
It becomes satanic.
But she's highly MK'd, highly. But anyway, she comes from the Mayflower John Alden. She's related to Jodie Foster, Walt Whitman, the American poet, Jake Gyllenhaal, Samuel Bass, who was influential noble a couple hundred years ago. Henry Adams, who was a prominent politician around the time of the U.S. Revolution. Wild Bill Hickok, that's kind of exciting. Eighth cousin to JFK, John F. Kennedy. She's related to quarterback Aaron Rodgers. She's related to people from the Great Migration, which again is the nobility coming off the Mayflower. Then we get to, I looked at some sports figures. I'm a big sports fan, and I looked at some sports figures. Bill Belichick, ex-coach of the New England Patriots, he's related to Travis Kelce. That's really funny to me.
What?
They're 10th cousins. Of course, that's a span of a lot of people, but bloodlines are bloodlines. He's in that
They got football in
bloodline.
their blood.
He's related again. We got Clint Eastwood in there, the actor, Jake Gyllenhaal. And again, descendants of the Mayflower. We go on to Aaron Rodgers, related to George W. Bush, Kate Upton, Billie Eilish, and he's cousin to Ellen DeGeneres.
Man, that is weird.
I just laugh. Pat Mahomes, quarterback of Kansas City Chiefs, descendant of President Rutherford B. Hayes, Barbara Bush, George's wife, Kate Upton keeps getting in there, Cindy Crawford, the model, ex-wife of Richard Gere, actor James Spader, Muhammad Ali. This is really interesting. Ali had an interesting background. He came from a very wealthy, influential slave owner, Armstead Moorhead, who used to impregnate all his slaves. And from that union came Thomas Moorhead. I think Moorhead College may have come from that. There is a long line of Moorheads who are very wealthy, influential people in the South. He comes from that bloodline. I don't know if Moorhead College or not. Also related to President James Madison. And being a boxer, he comes from the bloodline of General George S. Patton, who was a general during World War II, General Robert E. Lee, a war general during the Civil War. Related to Edwin Hubble, the Hubble telescope guy. He's related to the Presley line. And so was actually Elvis Presley's a distant relative of Abraham Lincoln and President Jimmy Carter.
Wow.
So there we have it. I just poked around with a couple of names and look what I got. It's just fascinating stuff. I just love this stuff. This is my high weirdness. I've always been interested in weird stuff like this. But then there's some rumors that I could not pin these down, but I have read in more than one account that Hitler was a Rothschild because his grandmother was a maid to one of the Rothschild families. And the head of the household got her pregnant, and Hitler was the result of that. So he's actually descended from Rothschild. I can't find the reference where I got that.
I actually heard that Rihanna, she's related to a very prominent family.
Yeah, I think I've heard the same thing. I can't think of who they are either. But the Bill Clinton, his father was a traveling salesman who died when his mother was pregnant. He's from the Rockefeller line. I can't pin that down either. But and then Yoko Ono, who was John Lennon's wife, I don't know. She made her play on him as this poor, starving artist. Her family was a filthy rich banking family in Japan. I don't know what her story was, being this poor, starving artist that had to befriend John Lennon because she was broke. She may be from the bloodline of Emperor Hirohito, who was the emperor of Japan during World War II.
Interesting.
So that I can't pin down, but you know what? It wouldn't surprise me. It really wouldn't. I mean, nothing surprises me anymore.
Dr. Robert, are you there?
I'm here. Hello, everyone. How are you?
Hey, Dr. Robert, how are you?
All right, man. It's good seeing you again. Groovy.
Yeah, nice to see you again.
Nice. Yeah, I find this topic very interesting. I have a few questions, if you don't mind.
No problem. Go ahead.
Okay. How do you interpret the interplay between planetary movements and the behavior of individuals involved in criminal activities?
Oh, that's a great question. The planets, okay, they have basic patterns of influence. I don't want to say they control us. When I say influence, I don't mean that Mars is doing this right now and it's affecting us a certain way. I think we're imbued with the energy that passes through everything. So whatever's going on with Mars is passing through all of us through, I guess, through biophotons, as I think that's what it's called right now. Anyway, Mars has basic characteristics. You think of Mars, the Roman god of war. It represents aggression. It can represent war. It can represent violence. But planets are colored by what sign they are in and what location they are in relative to the 12 houses of the horoscope. So you could have a weak Mars that isn't capable of being super aggressive. You could have a Mars that is frustrated from expressing itself. There are qualities that interplay between the signs, the planets, and the houses. And that's where you learn to interpret specific things in a crime chart. Now, I'll say one thing about a crime chart. It is basically so different from the birth chart of an individual because an individual is a living entity. And it changes and it's subject to learning and it can do different things at different times, react to different situations at different times, depending on prevailing circumstances. A crime chart is fixed. It's black or white. A crime is usually something really bad. Somebody's been injured or killed. So the qualities of the planets can be judged. Whereas in a person's birth horoscope, you might want to say there's a tendency to that Mars showing violence, but maybe they learn how to modify it because Mars is in good relationship with Venus or the moon or something else. So in a crime chart, you can qualify things as good or bad based on their placement and their interaction with each other. Because the planets are not in a vacuum. They are all interconnected with each other in the 12 houses of the horoscope chart. So if Mars in the 12th is going to act very differently than Mars in the 5th house or Mars in the 1st house. And if it's in Taurus, it's going to act differently than if it's in Aquarius. And if it's in Aquarius in the 10th, or if it's in Aquarius in the 6th, you're still going to get a difference. So there's all these various shades. It's not just one color. You know what I'm saying? There's shades of color of all the influences. I don't know if that helps answer your question.
Oh, it does. It does a lot.
Okay. Great. Sure. Okay.
When you perform an astrological reading, context of a crime, what specific planetary influences or alignments do you find most indicative of the underlying motives or actions?
Oh, that's another excellent question. Okay, in the chart, there's 12 houses, okay? It's a circle and it's divided into 12 sections. It looks like a pie chart. Each section represents a different field of experience. Depending on what you're looking at, say the first house represents the body, the person, the appearance, the visage, what people see. The second house is what they own. It's their money, it's their possessions, etc. So every house represents something. And in a crime chart, then therefore you want to look at the house that would represent what they're thinking, what motive is what they're thinking, what is their purpose. So you would look at the house that concerns thinking, mental activity, and communication. And that aligns with the planet Mercury. So you want to look at Mercury, you want to look at what planet is in the third house or what rules the third house, because any of the planets can rule the third house depending on what time the chart was set. You look at that. You look at specific houses for that field of experience that I talked about. I talked about a chart in our live stream yesterday about one of the Smiley Face Killer victims. His 5th house suggested that there was some sort of sexual overture involved with luring him to the spot where he was killed. That was because of the 5th house, which rules sexual liaisons. And Venus was there, which rules romantic attachments, relationships, can rule fun, which a sexual encounter usually should be. And then there's the planet Uranus in there, which is suggestion of a sexual encounter, possibly homosexual encounter, because Uranus is something unconventional. So that told me that he was probably seduced into going to where he was found drowned. Because a lot of these smiley face things, not to go off point so much, but a lot of them were attributed to maybe gay sex murders, and which I think is a huge cover for what might have really been going on. Because it's easy to say, oh, this kid got drunk and went to the lake to have sex, and then he fell in and drowned, and but it's also a cover for something more nefarious. If there's a sexual serial killer at large, nobody's going to look at what else may be behind the murder. That's why they're so quick to come up and say, if there's more than one murder in an area, oh, it must be a serial killer on the loose, which traumatizes the public, which is one of the purposes of the thing to begin with. But the other thing is that it will throw up an immediate smokescreen to what might be a politically motivated killing. But oh no, the gay guy's going around killing men. There you go. And nobody looks any further because that's a nice pat answer, and we can feel reassured that they figured it out and we can now move on. And there's a lot of misdirection that goes on. But getting back to the chart, there are places you look at certain planetary rulers, you look at certain signs. But that's why I wrote the first 2 books I wrote to show people what to look for. Because when I was trying to learn crime astrology, there weren't a lot of references out there. There weren't a lot of resources. There weren't too many books. There was one excellent book that taught me to keep going with it. So I wrote this stuff to show people, because I wanted other astrologers to start using this because it's such a valuable technique. And now actually a lot of people are using it, doing it. There are channels on YouTube about crime astrology. And I was really thrilled that one of the YouTubers came to me and said, I am doing this because I read your books and you inspired me. And I was floored. I was like, well, I know people buy my books, but I had no idea of that. And yet that is a natural effect of reading a book, is if somebody gets inspired to do something. And that's why I wrote them. So now I'm just really happy to know that that's had that effect on people, because that was knowledge that I had that I felt needed to be shared. So all that went into that book, like explaining, you look here for this and you look there for that. And it's really kind of fun to do once you get the basics down. People think astrology is so complicated. You take it a few steps at a time. It becomes so fascinating that then it sort of fuels itself. And you just keep going with it, like I did.
Outstanding. That was a great answer. Have one more question.
Sure.
One more.
No problem.
In the realm of the occult, symbols and rituals often hold significant power, right?
Yes.
So how do you incorporate these elements into your investigative process to uncover hidden truths?
I rely mostly on my instinct. Like what I really find that my best attribute, probably I would call it, is being able to spot patterns. And that relates to an instinct. If I see something, I see a certain shape or a certain color, and I get a response like, wait a minute, look further into this. I know I'm on the right track. It always begins with instinct, and that comes through observation. I see enough to, like what I keyed into when I wrote about the mass murder that I investigated a couple of years ago. The first thing that shocked me was that it was the murder of nurses, and the perpetrator wore all black. Nurses traditionally wear all white. Even their stockings, their caps, their shoes, everything is white from top to bottom. The murderer wore black from top to bottom. The murder scene was very, very bloody. So, oh my God, we have red, white, and black, satanic colors. That struck me. It was just observation and being inquisitive, and to then look at a pattern. What's the pattern of that? Look at those 3 colors. They're satanic colors of satanic ritual. So it's not so much that I am so well educated in occult symbolism. I'm still really learning a lot. I mean, I'm fledgling in a lot of this stuff, but I credit just being able to observe and to question. It gets you a long way. If you see something that strikes you funny, look at it twice. You may see something else behind it,
Outstanding. Outstanding advice.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. I appreciate it.
Where's my welcome? Thank you.
All right. And I wanted to see if Jonah's still around. Jonah, did you are you busy with your hot tub? May have to come back to him. He said he'd be gone for about 5 minutes, but he had another question to ask. But let's get back to Gio. I think Gio had a question.
Yeah, I was wondering if you happen to know anything about the lineage of the actor William Holden.
I don't. I think sometimes I find there's bits are lacking. Like it's either something was scrubbed or it's incomplete. And I'm finding that more often lately. But him in particular, I didn't know. The Holden I know goes back in the peerage as a name. Goes back into the British peerage, but I wouldn't know any more than that on that particular person.
Gotcha.
Well, since we got Gio on, he was starting to talk about Lucifer a little bit earlier, and I said we'll get back to it. But then it occurred to me, well, a lot of this stuff you're talking about, BD, this kind of a lot of it goes back to Lucifer, doesn't it?
Yeah, I would say absolutely.
Did you see that one Billie Eilish video where she's got the wings and she's like falling, and then there's flames all around her, and she starts out this song actually saying something like, "My Lucifer is lonely," something like that.
No, I saw a couple of videos of her, and I don't watch them anymore. I just got tired of the eyes rolling back in the head stuff, and just being overly into the suggestion of being MK Ultra hypnotized is in an altered state. I guess I got burned out on that whole scene. You know, kind of tired of seeing it already. You know, I know it's there, but just I don't enjoy that type of music that much, so I don't watch her.
How do you suppose people get into devil worship?
Oh, I think a lot of it could be ancestral. I think a lot of it, actually, it's interesting. Casey talked a lot about that. Edgar Casey, the psychic I learned so much from. He had a really holistic look at it. As a person in waking life, he was a fundamentalist Christian, but in his readings, he was totally different, totally open-minded. And he said, look, these things are all part of nature. Man chooses which path he wants to follow. Now, if you would follow the dark path or whatever, the shadow path, just know that you're going to encounter consequences. And it is not going to be good for the overall growth and development of your soul. But he wasn't judgmental about it. He just said, look, this is all part of nature. All of it's part of nature. And you can choose which way you want to follow. I think a lot of it with people is what their ego situation is. I think a lot of misdirected behavior is basically, and even crimes, I think most crimes are because of a mistaken perception of the ego and its importance, the importance of the person's ego, how much they have to have what they want, how much they think of themselves versus other people. I think it's a very basic problem. I think it's a spiritual problem more than a psychiatric problem, basically. And so it's just something that is there. People want the most expedient way to fulfill their desires. And if they're not overly concerned with the morality of it or with the appropriateness of it, they'll just go for that. Depends on a lot of attributes. Do they have a strong moral belief, or do they really just need to fulfill desire? That's basically what I think. It may be oversimplistic, but I think a lot of problems result from just ego imbalance and misplaced perceptions of the importance of things.
That's essentially what that's describing, self-worship.
Like narcissism, basically. Yeah, I could think narcissism is basically a malfunction of the ego. And I might be sound, like I said, overly simplistic, but I tend to see things in those terms. It's like, boil it down, break it down to its basic essence and look at it from that standpoint. But there's a lot of temptation around with people, and nobody's all that good or all bad. It's what extent people are willing to go to fulfill certain needs. And those are based on what they perceive about themselves versus others and what's important to them. And I think that starts from there. And if you find that doing things harmful or manipulative or negative or taking advantage of people or abusing people fulfills a particular end that you have in mind, and you're successful at it, that's what you're going to do. That's all I basically think of that. But well, like I said, Casey said, those things are all available to us. This is not something that's in a closet. I mean, he was very open about the use of magic, and he actually was very positive about the use of magic because it had many beneficial uses and manifestations. Yeah, he was not. And like I said, it's funny because he was such a Bible devoted Bible Christian in waking life, but his entity was very open and expressed a lot about magic as part of nature, which is my own belief. It's not bad.
Did the
What's
entity
bad
have
is
a
how
name?
you use it.
Did it have a name?
I don't think so. I tried to find that out recently, because it seemed to me that it could have been a combination of entities. I know one at sometimes in certain readings about the earth and stuff, I think he was doing remote viewing. Not Casey, but the entity was doing remote viewing. The other entity that did the health diagnostic stuff, he was somehow could read the Akashic records and tell you all about, in specific detail, what did you do in your life as an Egyptian slave that caused this kind of a karmic reaction in your subsequent life as a Roman warrior. And he got into incredible detail. He had to be getting it from some universal source like the Akashic records.
Oh man, I wish he was still alive because I got some questions for him.
I know, really. He was a gift to humanity, and the poor man was always poor. He didn't take money for any of this work. He did 14,000 readings. And during World War II, the demand for readings stepped up so much. And his own entity was telling him, slow down. You're burning yourself out. You've got to conserve your energy. He just kept plowing through the readings. He died. He was only 63 years old when he died because he was just consumed by giving readings to help people. Because people during World War II were in such tremendous need. And he, like I said, he didn't take money for it. They were poor, a very modest family, lived in a very modest home in Virginia Beach. And his legacy, though, was the association, which is a beautiful place. And for me, it was like heaven because the Casey Library was everything I ever wanted to go and learn about was in that library. I felt like I was in heaven with that place. So I owe him a lot. I owe Edgar Casey a lot, really. I wish he was still around. Hey, Jonah, how's the hot tub?
Jonah.
Yeah,
you said you were
on mute. Yeah, no, sorry, I was on mute. I wanted to go back to the Black Sun, but before we do that, we'll do a recommendation on a book, Cosmic Serpent. It's actually an anthropologist who, when he first studied in Peru, he had an ayahuasca tell him how that all the medicinal purposes that they've discovered were brought to them by the ayahuasca or the tobacco plant. And then the anthropologist eventually did go back and start looking into it because the UN started looking into all the remedies found in the Amazon. So that's a good recommendation for everyone.
Thank you. No, thank you for that. I definitely give me the name again. I want to write it down.
The Cosmic Serpent.
Okay.
So a lot of it is about it's a lot also about Fuxi and Nuwa and all the ancient history. How we all have DNA, right. Or all have serpent, double helix ancestors, so to speak. If you look into some of the old folklore, right? So it's a lot about that too. But it's a great book, so I don't want to necessarily spoil it for anyone. But
no, yeah, though. Thank you for telling me because I was just reading the other day about. The serpent as an ancient symbol was significant for healing and restoration. And then a long time ago, but then it was turned into a devil and a demon by of course, the Catholic Church. But it originally had a very different meaning.
If you want, go ahead and send me a message. I got a few more recommendations for you, but don't necessarily bog everyone down. But Dan, I sent you a couple pictures there. I wanted to just if on DM if you could bring them up here because I wanted to. Do you know Wewelsburg Castle? Have you ever heard that, BD?
The what castle?
Wewelsburg in Germany.
Yeah. I've heard of it. Yeah, I have.
So and it has the black sun in the where all the Vril and all the Thule used to meet before the Nazis, right?
Yes.
But then the second pitch, so the first I sent is the black hole sun on the floor, and the second is actually the overhead where it's actually a pyramid or a triangle, right? So you have the Eye of Providence. Now, have you ever researched any into the black sun actually being a Freemason symbol?
I did come up with that when I was doing the Black Dahlia background. Yes.
Yeah. And have you ever seen the video where the Freemason allegedly draws the black sun, which starts with the swastika, and then does the Seal of Solomon and the flat Earth model?
No, I didn't see that one. No.
Okay. Yeah, that can be brought up pretty easily, but it's definitely something that I was going to say that all that the black sun symbolism definitely goes back to the Freemasonry. And then when we're talking about Lucifer, right? Albert Pike has definitely had a whole lot of ties to Lucifer as far as the reading about him. Have you delved a lot into the Pike stuff, or are you more contemporary?
I've actually downloaded something with the Pike book, which is something
Morals and Dogma.
Yeah, the Morals and Dogma. I actually have that downloaded. I looked a little bit at it just to get a general idea of how they first framed Freemasonry as any movement is for, always introduced as for the benefit of humanity, the benefit of whatever. And I started reading that, but it was a while ago, and I did not pursue it.
I will recommend there, if you actually want to Freemasonry, or if you do pre stuff, there's two great websites. The first can be llc.gov, which is the Library of Congress, and you can go and get PDF like Mackie and all that stuff.
Yeah.
The other one that no one really seems to use, because you might have to use some translation, is Gallica, and that's Gallica. It's the Bibliothèque Nationale France or whatever. So it's actually the French national.
Right.
But it has a bunch of great stuff with Pappas in there. That's the most recent one that I downloaded. But I was just wanted to bring that up here because the Black Sun also goes. It started with the Vril and the Thule, which was before the National Socialists or the Nazis. And have you ever heard of Savitri Devi?
No, it doesn't ring a bell.
She was actually with the she was like a Hitlerist after the World War, but she was also spied during the war. But she writes a book called The Lightning and the Sun, which kind of goes into the black sun symbolism and all that stuff too.
Okay, good to know. Oh, there we go. Yeah, that is the symbol I found, and I thought it was so creepy how it kind of melded the swastika into the sun shape.
Well,
it's kind of disturbing looking, to be honest.
It's also located in the center of the pyramid. If Dan pulls up the other picture I sent there, because the Wewelsburg Castle is a pyramid, right? So it's the Eye of Providence. So it's going to be Freemason symbolism all the way through, or even the dollar bill symbolism.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, I just want to point that out, and I'll let someone else speak.
All right, thanks for the tips. I'll definitely look into it.
Had my mute button on. Sorry, guys.
There you go.
I did want to ask, have you heard of the Order of Nine Angles?
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Pretty weird stuff, right?
Yeah, that's the one that really scares people. That one seems to really scare people a lot,
including me.
Yeah, I know. It's didn't William Ramsey do something on that, or Peter Levenda, one of those guys?
Probably both of them.
On that. Yeah, I think Levenda, because I have most of his books, and I'm sure that's in there.
E.A. Quiding's been associated with them, and various other occultists, people that delve into black magic tend to be attracted to them.
Right. Yeah.
Kind of ties the worlds of Nazism and Satanism and pedophilia all together.
Yeah. Well, like I said, these are splinter groups. There are roads that lead back to Rome. They start with one basic binding principle, and they just it's sort of like a distraction or a misdirection. Like, for example, you have all these different splinter clubs, which really are umbrellas of Freemasonry, And the more you multiply them, the more they seem detached from the center and not related or relevant to the center, so that when there's something going on with one of them, you're going to look at them and you're not going to look at what they're connected from. It's like what I said in the beginning about the mafia. You look at the mafia, you're not going to look at the politicians, you're not going to look at the judges, you're not going to look at law enforcement who are involved. We like to isolate our enemies, put them in one box. This was the Odd Fellows. Doesn't connect to Freemasonry, doesn't connect to Knights of Columbus, doesn't connect to any of those other groups, while they, in fact, are branches of all the same. It's just a trick that's been employed forever because it's efficient and it works. Isolate Hitler, the great evil of World War II. Forget about the thousands and thousands of people that carried out his orders and financed him. So, but as for what you were saying about the I have heard of 9 angles, and that's something so nefarious about them that is frightening. But it's really, the groups, like I said, they are connected by mutual basic principles and goals.
This one might seem kind of obvious, but have you ever studied the Zodiac Killer?
I have, not in great depth. I have over the years followed it because every few years somebody comes out with new theories about who it was. It's kind of like the modern Jack the Ripper. It was this guy. No, it was this guy. No, it's this guy. And then there was a cottage industry for a while of people coming out and writing books saying that my father killed the Black Dahlia. My father was the Zodiac Killer. My father was the ABC Killer. And it seems that every few years there's a different slant on these generational famous murders. As for the Zodiac, I don't even believe there was a unified Zodiac. I think they were disparate murders that were woven into this scary story of one killer doing all these. Although the MO was different, the location was different, the type of victim was different. Everything was different about those killings. Some of them were personal. Some of them were, I believe, drug related. It was woven into the myth of the Zodiac Killer. I don't think there was one guy that did all those things. It doesn't make sense to me, and that is part of the recent debunking of it. There's been some really good research by different individuals.
Yeah, I saw on Netflix about that. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, they're starting to take a second look at these things. Even if you look at other things like Ted Bundy, did he really go around and successfully? I'm saying successfully because he got away with it for so long. Murdered 34 people, and now they're saying it could have been 100 women, it could have been 80 women. How did he escape from jail and go on the run as easily as he did? It's just these things are very fishy to me. I don't even know if you know of a book called Program to Kill by David McGowan. It's really, really influenced my thinking.
No, I heard of it. I haven't had a chance.
I would highly recommend it because he takes another look at the so-called myth of the serial killer, which has become such a bugaboo and a boogeyman in our culture. Every time there's more than one person killed, we start thinking it's the serial killer, and the whole community is alarmed and freaked out and paranoid.
So can I ask a question?
Sure.
So this is a theory I'm kind of like extrapolating through implication what you're saying. You think you have certain government entities that kind of weaponize certain killings like this and characterize them as serial killings so they can use as cover to commit hits?
Absolutely. That's why I think the development of the trope of a serial killer goes hand in hand with governments and agencies discovering how to effectively utilize and weaponize people to carry things out, and then creating the myth of a serial killer on the loose. I think that definitely there's a link between government agencies and groups using these people. And I've actually spoken about it in other of my podcasts because some of them you get to the point where, for example, in the 60s, it was the lone gunman. You had Lee Harvey Oswald, Sirhan B. Sirhan. You had Arthur Bremer, who shot Governor George Wallace. And even in the case I studied, Richard Speck, the supposed mass murderer of 8 student nurses in Chicago, that was a model that was successfully pushed and promoted for so many years. There's this unstable man, he's kind of crazy and he doesn't like this politician, and so he went and shot him. That got tired. I think then they fell into what started happening in the 80s that I also have cataloged in my writings. Stalker killers. Mark David Chapman, who, by the way, I do not believe shot John Lennon. I think he was there. He didn't know what the hell he was doing there. But he confessed to it because he was MK Ultra to death. That being a mentally unbalanced individual. John Hinckley, he was obsessed with Jodie Foster. He was a mentally unstable individual with a very distinguished bloodline and connections to the Bush family, who would have benefited directly if Reagan had died. They start to take these forms of people, these social groups of people, like the mentally ill, the misfits, the drug addicts, and turn them into serial killers when actually they're just agents of somebody they're put on the scene and framed, or they're convinced or MK Ultra'd into carrying the thing out. They have no idea what the real reason is, and then they take the fall for it.
I have something I can add to this.
Please do.
My biological father, he was, I don't know the actual validity of all this, but I heard it from both sides of my biological family. And apparently he was an illegitimate child born of William Holden out of wedlock, and was the last one born before he had his vasectomy. And he was also responsible for a brutal murder of my Jewish grandmother while I was only 6 weeks old in the room next to them. And it was like this whole crazy thing where they kept the body in the house for 11 days. It was awful. And then that kind of led to a bunch of other stuff. But like, it does tie into what you're saying, though.
Yeah. I think that there's definitely a use for people of a disadvantage in these types of crimes, because they're so easy to catch and they're so easy to convict. And what the case in point that I did reviewed and investigated in Chicago over a period of 3 years, not that I was there, but I was looking into it. I actually came to the conclusion that not only was Richard Speck framed, but there was this horrendous practice taking place in the Chicago hospitals where they were sterilizing minority women. And that I came to that conclusion. And I had to do a big study on eugenics for that, which was shocking in and of itself. I did not know how rampant it was in this country. And undercover.
I got something to say on that.
Go ahead.
So the vice president of the United States right now was actually the attorney general, who was sterilizing black and brown females all through her attorney general, and they actually have paid out. So we all know who Malaka is, but yes, I call her Malaka, not her real name, because she is a Malaka.
Really?
If you're Greek, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I got a. Oh, sorry. I got a question.
So go ahead.
No, you go first.
No, I was just going to say, yeah, she's definitely, if you look into it, California has paid out huge reparations for the women that they sterilized under her watch. And real quick, when you're talking the bloodlines, I have like staying on a farm where there's like a hot tub business. So I've been working too, but Joe Biden is directly related to a East India Trading Company captain named George Biden. And if you actually look, he was bragging, and I can send you articles too if you want me to send them to you, but he was bragging about being the descendant of George Biden. Then when he got elected, he had Modi come over and allegedly find the record of relating him to George Biden. So it's all fun and games for these slave trader families, right?
Really, I think that they were probably the original traffickers. That East India group was pretty powerful for a long time.
Yeah,
hundreds of years. The original traffickers.
I got something really short to add. I live in Bo Biden's hometown of Scranton, Pennsylvania, and up until he ran for president, I had never heard about him in my entire life. I'm 42 years old, and this is a very family-oriented and politically tied town, and I did not hear of him until he ran for president. It was bizarre.
Well, his father is also. I could go into this real quick. His father was an executive under Standard Oil with the Rockefellers, as well, and Well, I was gonna say I forget, but yeah, if you message me, I could send you that Joe Biden stuff too, and the Malacca stuff.
Okay.
Thank
you.
I wanted to ask. It's kind of a okay. So on one of the William Cooper broadcasts, he's claimed that the occultists believe that the Antichrist birthday was such and such date, and I was like, oh, I'm gonna do a birth chart on that and see what it says. And every house on it, it was really weird because every house was Aquarius, every single one. And like, have you ever did a chart and seen something like that before? Or
No, I don't go back that far generally with what I'm working on.
well, have you ever had a chart where the Saturn was in Capricorn?
Oh, for sure. In fact, with the smiley face is rife with Saturn and Capricorn references. Saturn and Capricorn, yeah, Saturn's in Capricorn like every 30 years or so. So
That's
yeah,
interesting.
definitely. But it's been coming up in droves in these smiley face killer charts. It's just really wild, and a specific degree, 8 degrees of Capricorn, is a degree of Scorpio, which means murder and death. Not in a birth chart. I always tell people, don't come for me, and I'm not calling you a devil, but in a chart where evil has taken place and there's a misplaced or a badly placed Saturn or Capricorn, that's what it's telling you.
Yeah, I was just about to
Saturn
ask you about that because I'm a Scorpio. I was going to be like, oh, shoot. Am I
biological
Me too, man. I'm a Scorpio too.
serial killer development?
Oh, really? My biological father was a Scorpio.
Well, I'll just tell you, all you guys, I've got 4 planets in the house of Scorpio, so that don't worry about it. I mean, it's like I said, in a crime chart is black and white. In your birth chart, Scorpio takes on a whole different flavor than in a crime chart.
Speaking of astrology, actually, real quick, I'll just point this out. You brought up Ted Bundy, and just by coincidence, I was actually born at the very same time he was being arrested for his last time in Florida.
Yeah.
February 15 in 1978. But now, have you ever come across the famous RCA research from the 50s where, and I can look it up again too, I have the document on my laptop, but I don't have my laptop charged right now, but where they actually, it was an engineering research where they actually showed the impact of the different planets on the radio frequency waves.
No, I haven't seen that. I think I have heard about that taking place a long time ago.
Yeah, it's 1950s.
Yeah, they do have a resonance. They absolutely have one. Yeah. The different megahertz. Yeah. Go ahead.
I have a question. Is it possible that you could make a game like Clue that involved astrology?
I don't see why not.
I probably could, but I'm not a lover of game stuff for some reason. I never got into games. Even.
But I mean, you think it would be possible? Is this the idea?
Oh, sure it is. Sure it is. Absolutely. In fact, I actually get a lot of, I love tarot cards and divination cards, and I have a bunch of oracle cards, which actually are the planets and the signs in different combinations. And when you throw them out, you get your message based on what you would interpret from those positions. That's already, it's not a game. I mean, it's a divination tool, but you could make a game out of it. You can have people going around a circle and trying to interpret what those say, or asking a question and the person has to answer the question based on what they pull, the cards.
That sounds awesome. I never thought that you could.
I just came up with the game. There you go. I just came up with it. Oh yeah, there's your Rider Waite. Yep, that's my standard deck.
You got to be careful with those things too.
Why?
You can manifest with them.
Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, no, I know what you're saying.
There's something out there with the planets too, with astrology.
Right.
Well, if anybody can feel free to, if they got instructions to summon the devil, I'll do it as long as it's not illegal.
Aren't we being exposed to these
Start a rock band and go to LA?
Illegal, Clint.
I think you just have to work. You just have to be respectful, whatever modality you're working with. Just be respectful of it. Respect it as a message from a divine intelligence, and I don't think it can go wrong. I think if you're going to use it to manipulate something, well, you may be aware there may be a consequence or a backlash, but just to be respectful, because these are tools that we were given to work with to improve life, and if you're respectful and honor that, you're okay. And that's kind of what I just use this stuff as guidance, not to figure out how to mess something up. Or
that's why for me, I did DMT just one time, and it really did seem like a spiritual experience. So I said, okay, I'm good.
I've tripped daily for 8 months straight on a multitude of natural psychedelics, and I can't say I have any regrets.
I have a quick question.
Yeah.
In your view, how can the insights gained from astrology and the occult complement traditional forensic techniques to create, in your view, a more holistic approach to solving true crimes?
I'll tell you, you have the masterful questions here. I'm really put to the test. Actually, they can work.
I'm just trying to bring the best out of
it.
you.
No, you're doing it. You're doing it. I think that's a great question, and they can complement each other because, for example, in a crime chart, you can get extremely specific with what you're looking at. You can get specific to where you're looking for a car of a particular color. You're looking for an individual who was in a restaurant at a particular time. Now, that would lead to something of evidentiary value. If you told an investigator, they were spending time in the restaurant, go back and look for credit card receipts. Go back and look for a glass they left a glass on the table with fingerprints. Or something like somebody was wearing red clothing, or there was a blue car. In fact, that white Hyundai Sonata came up in the chart of the Idaho 4 case that I looked at months and months ago. A white car that everybody said was Brian Koberger's whatever Hyundai Sonata, when it was actually the wrong make and year. But you can get to that level of specifics in the forensic chart. So if you're working with an investigator who is open-minded enough, you can say, well, wait a minute, I see a car in here. Did somebody see a car on CCTV? Is there a timestamp for when a car drove past this residence? So yeah, they can work together very well. You just really need to have an investigator with an open mind, because most police will instantly poo-poo what you're doing. Oh, bullshit, that stuff doesn't work, and it's hocus pocus. No, it actually, even with tarot cards, I've been trying to learn how to read crime stuff through tarot cards. So whatever you can train your mind to discern in a given modality, you can certainly get information on it. So yeah, that's a good question, Robert. And I think, yes, the answer is yes, definitely. It's just the skill of the practitioner and the open-mindedness of the investigator.
Outstanding.
Thank you.
I have a question. Have you ever looked into anything astrological with Epstein or Ghislaine Maxwell?
I didn't. I don't know why. I think sometimes I get so sick of hearing about a certain person or a certain case. And I think what I was really putting my energy into was listening to, there's a brilliant journalist, Whitney Webb. She covered Epstein for years. And I was listening. She's written books on him. She's been on YouTube a lot. She's done a lot of interviews about Epstein case. And I got more into factual information and connections. She's brilliant at digging up connections between him and various companies and various individuals in different positions of authority. And I never really did that because I knew I was going to see the chart of a pedophile and possibly a murderer. I was going to see the chart of a molester. I was going to see the chart of somebody who's mentally unbalanced, who has a God complex, somebody who's very brilliant, somebody who has tremendous amount of influential backers. And I didn't even bother. I mean, it wasn't much of a challenge to me. I guess I was making a lot of assumptions, but to be honest in answering your question, I didn't really get into it. I wasn't that interested.
Fair enough. Could some of these murderers be under mind control, like an MK Ultra type of thing?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think probably most of them have been. Because especially when I did Mark David Chapman a few months ago, the shooting of John Lennon, I really did a deep dive into that. He was MK Ultra so badly just by virtue of where he lived in relation to, well, I'll just say one thing. I'm going to go back to when he was in Georgia. He was surrounded by these supposedly well-intentioned pastors. He started hanging out with all these pastors, these clergy, ministers took him under their wing. He was a messed up kid who had been on drugs and he was misguided and he had no direction in life. And he comes across these ministers for this charity that was helping children, which makes me nervous when I think about what really might have been going on there. But he got involved with the YMCA. And the YMCA is known to have embedded CIA operatives because they work worldwide with refugees and rescue children and misplaced individuals, which again makes me very nervous thinking about what their ultimate fate really is. Mark David Chapman was working with the YMCA, and all these ministers were turning him to being a born-again Christian. But he was an imbalanced individual, and at a certain point, he tries to commit suicide. By now, he's in Hawaii. He tries to commit suicide. He fails at committing suicide, but he is brought to a hospital. Now, there was one main hospital on the island. He was on the island of Kauai, and there was only one hospital. Anybody having an incident was going to go to that hospital. But there was another hospital, Castle Memorial, a much smaller hospital, where he was brought instead. And Castle Memorial was founded by the Church of Mormon. And they were experimenting on psychiatric patients. It was a psychiatric hospital where they were conducting undercover experiments on psychiatric patients. Castle Memorial was across the street from an office for the Church of Scientology. He was surrounded by spooky people. He was programmed over and over again, and to the point where he did not remember what he was doing where at any given point in time. And that was kind of a scary situation because he confessed to murdering John Lennon when he actually didn't remember anything of that night, didn't remember anything of the shooting.
And
I remember with Mark David Chapman that his parents were best friends with the George Bush family.
Yeah, like I said, he had a bloodline going back. He was related to John Hinckley, which is kind of weird because Hinckley tried to kill Ronald Reagan. And both were failed assassins, by the way. No, they weren't both, but Hinckley was a failed assassin. But he was super mind controlled. Hinckley is now out of prison, by the way, and I understand he has a YouTube channel. It'd be kind of fun to watch that channel.
That's crazy.
I haven't watched it yet. I haven't looked for it, but I understand he has a YouTube channel.
Have you heard Mae Brussel talk about this subject as well, or?
Oh, sure. Yeah, I know about her work. I have one of the books that was put out after her death of all her research into. She was doing early work before anybody was doing anything of that nature.
I just want to say something because that's very interesting, Clint, because I have a very good friend who's very into the Brussel work, like Mae Brussel. Mm-hmm. And a lot of the more, I know you don't really do politics, BD, but you'll just have to forgive me because Twitter is kind of segmented by these left and right, whether they're gay or whatever they are. Okay, so there's a lot of more what we call conspiracy left people are very into the Mae Brussel work, and Dana that we've had on, Dan has had on this show. Obviously, Nick's also had her on, and she's been looking at the Mae Brussel work in a more critical way. And do you think that Mae could have been a limited hangout? Because Dana thinks she was. She also talks about how she was visited by intel people very early on in her early 20s. She's from a very well-off anti-Zionist Jewish family. I mean, she has a lot of DNC links. I'm just saying that, there's like all these complicated interlinkages, like when you were doing Mark David Chapman or the celebrities or Billie Eilish, they have all these strange connections that at first glance it's not necessarily apparent, but once you sort of delve deep, it becomes very mysterious. It becomes almost, and it cannot be just explained away. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to go on that long about
Oh, no,
Midwest,
that's,
but I just wondered if you think, BD, if she was a limited hangout or not, because I'm sort of thinking she is now. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, I think that what strikes me is that she, like you said, her lineage, her grandfather ran the very wealthy department store in San Francisco called I Magnin. It was a huge department store. They closed some years ago, but that was her bloodline, that wealthy merchant bloodline of I Magnin. And I don't know, but I think that it's very possible. But then you got to think, what's her end game? Is she trying to destabilize information that other researchers might come up with? Is she giving us a little bit of truth and a lot of disinformation? What's the end game with her? And it's like, it's kind of sad for me because I have had these icons in the past where I really believed in them and then found out that they were controlled opposition, or I figured out that they were controlled opposition. So like I said before in the beginning of the show, I believe very little of what I read anymore, exclude bar none. It's possible. I did read that Dana had come up with that conclusion just a little while ago, and I thought, wow, Mae Brussel, one of my heroines. But who knows? You think about the background and what was she doing with it. And,
I'll just say, I think that they say 70% of the truth, even a limited hangout, it's at least 70%.
Yeah.
And then the rest, it can be a mixture of the truth and a lie, because that is sort of the best kind of lie. It's a misdirection, not necessarily it's not a full lie. It's always mixed with matter. So, truth mixed with lie.
I think it's almost more like 51-49 in my estimation. Now, 70% is really optimistic. It's really positive.
Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm not in my mind, it's 51-49, and it swings both ways. But I think like what I said to Daniel, my first interview on this panel a few months ago, what this all does, it's disillusioning and it's disappointing, and our heroes come off the pedestal on a daily basis anymore. But it makes you look more, discriminately at what you are learning. And I ask myself, does this ring true or does this feel fishy? This is making, if we can find a blessing in all this bullshit somewhere, is that it makes you look within, ask yourself, test your own powers of discernment, and come to your own conclusion. Do your own research, talk to people, read just different, opinions, differing, opposing opinions on the same thing. Come up with it's making us in a perverse way smarter, more independent thinkers. It should do that. Otherwise, it'll just drag you down the garden path of despair,
Casey had the intuition by being naive. The negative is that we have been mind controlled, but that's going to make this interesting change, like you're saying, happen, because it becomes kind of an equalizing voluntary force where the more that we trust ourselves but are also cooperative with others under the weight of what we're understanding, that's an amazing experience.
And that's what you're talking about by cooperating with others to have your meetings and your group talks, right? Isn't that what you talked about before?
Yeah, just in general.
Bringing intelligence to people and ideas.
Yeah, you don't want to be codependent, which is the danger of when you hang out with people, that you pick up habits from each other, but you do want to actually make each other better if you can.
Right.
It's a hard thing to do.
The thing that you said that is so smart, though, is that if we know that we're mind controlled, that's pretty smart. That is good knowledge to have. Then we become an observer, and we're not stuck in it anymore. We know we're mind controlled. We can look at ourselves and ferret out where we are and figure it out from there. It's a gift to know something like that. And it's horrible, but you have to be able to frame things a certain way, because everything around us is such a state of despair. You
Absolutely.
have to look at it and say, 100%. I'm mind controlled. Great. Square one. Where do we go from here? In what way am I mind controlled? How can I change that? What has influenced me in this state of being mind controlled? And how do I get out of it? And who did it? And why did they do it?
Yeah, just to ask questions makes it agnostic.
it leads on a whole nother path of exploration that can only be to our benefit. And that's why I'm saying all of this bullshit is disparaging. It's demoralizing. It's supposed to put us in a rotten state of mind, lose faith in humanity and the world at large. But the way I work with it is trust myself more and be more skeptical on the outside. And it seems to work. I seem to understand things better doing things that way. And that's why I'm answering so many of your questions. I don't know that much about this. I haven't read about that. I don't believe what I read. I'm thinking more.
I
don't want all the outside information anymore. I want to think it through for myself. You know.
Thank you. Yeah.
I just wanted to add that William Cooper thought that Mae Brussel and McCarthy were both killed by sodium pentothal, and that it's a pretty interesting subject. But I mean, because Mae Brussel could have been possibly a double agent, like Jen was saying, and that. But then I think she stepped over the line, possibly just like JFK, where I think JFK was controlled, but then he went against the grain of the New World Order somehow, and they, offed him basically.
He changed after he got in.
Wait, what's that?
I heard that JFK, after he got in, he didn't follow the plan of the people that brought him there, like the unions.
Well, his dad bought him the election, most likely.
Yeah, I believe that.
So probably, I think Chad is right in that, like, if we look at the unions, that's, I mean, a lot of roads, especially in, like, New York, Massachusetts at that time, the unions were sort of the mafia place. And so if you wanted to win an election as a Democrat, that's who you had to buy off.
He's the last person, I believe, had a real choice to do something real.
Yeah, he was the last president that I think could stir excitement and passion in people and inspired people. And it's funny. I don't know if any of you have seen the movie JFKX. I think you can watch it on Amazon Prime. Occult Rejects interviewed the director and it was Jay Widener and Ryder Lee put the movie together. And they came up with a theory that JFK staged the assassination. He didn't do it by himself, of course, but that assassination was staged, and they did it by examining the Zapruder film and the way it was doctored. He had gotten certain frames that had been removed from the Zapruder film that show that then the scene where his head, explodes and shoots backward, that before that happened, he was applying like a squibs to his face that they do in the movies, because Jay Widener had experience with special effects in movies. He said that looked like a squib that explodes. It's supposed to look like your head's blowing up. And so he did this whole take on Zapruder. I thought, well, this is really interesting. I never heard that angle. So it's an interesting movie if you want to watch it, JFKX. I started to think of that because now the more we get into this type of looking at things, more and more likely it looks like a lot of deaths are staged, or you could see the rationale for the death being staged. And that kind of blows my mind too. I don't really tend to agree with that wholeheartedly, but I think, for example, Michael Jackson, I don't think he's dead. I think he just wanted to get out of a bad situation. And
that'd be great. I'm hoping for another album.
I don't think he's up for doing that, but
well, he deserves a rest.
He needs a rest. Yeah, he needs his skin needs a rest from all the plastic surgery he subjected himself to over the years. The poor man.
Simple Farmer, do you have anything you want to ask or add? We got to go pretty soon.
Yeah, sorry. Hey, not to change the subject. Well, on that subject, did you ever heard of Bob Royce?
Bob Royce.
No, Bob Joyce.
Bob Joyce. No, I haven't.
Bob Joyce is a preacher in Alabama who was a former man known as Elvis Presley.
Oh, okay.
He's a preacher now in Alabama.
Uh-huh.
And you are right, Michael Jackson did fake his death, and so did JFK. JFK died a couple years ago. JFK Jr. is still alive today, too.
Yeah, I've heard that one as well, yeah.
He is Donald Trump vice president right now of the Republic of the United States. Joe Biden is president of the United States Incorporated. But my question was, are you familiar with Star Trek?
You mean the TV show?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
All right, you know who the Borg are, right?
The who?
The Borg.
Oh yeah, right.
Okay, I want to put this to you. I know this for a fact, but let's see if you want to believe it or not. The reptilian aliens, that's the devil. The little gray bastards and their artificial intelligence hive mind is Satan. Satan is not a being. Satan is a collective of the artificial intelligence hive mind of them little gray bastards. Most of these so-called ascended masters people see when they're on drugs are actually them little gray bastards fucking with you through their artificial intelligence. I know this to be fact. I wonder what you think about it.
Well, I've always thought that these so-called entities or demons were basically malevolent energies that could, if we were susceptible, if we had certain vulnerabilities, they could enter our consciousness. Like if we were...
Demons are the Nephilim.
Right.
The spirit inhabited the Nephilim. That's what demons are. And like I said, Satan is the artificial intelligence hive mind of the little gray bastards, and the devil is the reptilians. And they serve Lucifer. Lucifer is an actual being, but Satan is not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they get used interchangeably, but I know they have been differentiated that way. Yeah.
Well, that's how the world runs right now. That's what's going on behind the scenes. Is the good guys working for Michael are eradicating this world of all the, what do we call them, regressive beings. They don't get it. They don't want to be good. They don't want to get with the program. They just want to do their own thing and cause all kinds of chaos and discontent amongst the people.
I think it's always been that way. I think that we're seeing an acceleration of it in recent years, though. It's like really come to some kind of a standoff where something's going to tip. You know, they're saying that it's going to be to the positive, but I don't know if I believe that. I'm not sure.
Well, it's probably going to get positive for a minute, and then the Antichrist, aka Barack Obama, is going to jump on the scene again and be the Antichrist, and it's going to be a real shit show after that.
Yeah. Yep.
Because the Jews already got all the materials to build the third temple. They've already got the ramp. They're chomping at the bit to start dropping them cows off the end of that ramp so they can start slaughtering them and get that temple going again. 3.5 years after the temple gets built, that's when a bunch of us disappear. That's when the so-called rapture occurs.
Yeah.
And then it's going to get real nasty after that. The veil's going to come down, and those who didn't take the mark are going to get to go to a nice place, and those who take the mark get to deal with all the nasty shit. Me, I'm personally just hanging around waiting for the Antichrist to show up so he can take my head off so I can get the hell out of here.
Well, okay, Al, thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry we can't go longer, but we're just we've already gone way over. BD, thank you so much. I'm sorry that I kept you so long. It's just it was so much fun. Good,
great.
good.
It's been great.
Excellent. But I do want to just open up things one more time for you, allow you to jump up on that soapbox, step behind the podium, say whatever you'd like to say to my audience out there. And then please follow that up with anything and everything that you would like to plug, appearances, social media, emails, anything at all, books, upcoming books, any plans. Please go ahead now.
Wow, that's exhausting. No, I just want to thank you for having me on. I had a great time last time. I was very flattered that you brought me back. And I could probably talk for another 12 hours, but nobody's going to want to listen to that. So this is a good breaking point. As for my books, BD Salerno, I'm on Amazon under that pen name. And there are 5 books. And I'm on Twitter as BD Salerno, and Star Sleuth is my handle. I'm on Instagram, BD Salerno 21. And I can shoot you, actually I'll type in the chat my link tree where you can find everything. Linktree Star Sleuth. And what's coming up in the future is doing some podcasts with Occult Rejects. I love working with those guys, and we'll be doing some things in the next month or so. And whatever I get invited, I'm doing a little gig with Jin. Actually, it kind of got ruined. We did a recording, and I think it got ruined, so we're going to have to redo that. I look forward to talking with Jin again. He's been great fun to talk to. And so you can catch me on the podcasts on Occult Rejects. If you want to look at my past work, goes back about 6 months in Occult Rejects and a couple of other channels I've talked on also. And right now, like I said, I'm studying Greek mythology as it relates to astrology, taking a course with an astrology college. I'm studying ley lines and going back into the Casey readings because I think we're going to be covering that soon. And just sitting around contemplating the universe like I usually do, thinking about things, trying to figure things out. When I come up with stuff, I write about it. I have a website, strangebutTrueCrime.com. You can type that into where I write about strange occurrences, strange things in crime, strange things in bloodlines. There we go. And thank you again, Daniel. And thank you, everybody, for your wonderful, thought-provoking questions. Really put me to the challenge, which I love. And I just hope that I didn't disappoint anybody with my answers.
Oh, absolutely not. I think that everybody really enjoyed you. This was a fascinating 3 hours, and I feel like you can keep going really. And
I could do that. I talk once I get going, I could talk for a long time. So this is a great time to just bail out of here and get some rest.
And I'd love to touch bases with you again and maybe do another interview and see whatever latest you're up to.
See what I'm talking about. Well, hit me up anytime, and I'm happy to comply. My schedule
definitely will.
Schedule's open, very flexible. I just kind of do what I feel like doing every day. And if it's podcasting, then that's one of my favorite things. So by all means.
Absolutely. Well, until next time, thank you, BD, and have a safe journey. We will talk to you next time.
Thanks. Take care, Daniel. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye. Wow, that was amazing. We obviously we went over quite a bit, but for good reason. There are times when we have a guest that just seems to have a well of knowledge, a deep well of knowledge, and we really want to kind of tap into that. And sometimes our normal hour and 40 minutes to 2 hours isn't enough. Sometimes we have to go a little bit longer. And I think this was one of those exceptions where it's okay, because when the content's coming in and it's not, it's not one bit boring, it's fun and entertaining and interesting. It's, hey, let's keep going. And that's what we did. But let's go ahead and Todd says, great show. Thank you, BD, Daniel, and all the gang. I agree. Phenomenal job, everybody. Thank you so much. Dr. Robert, are you there?
I'm here. I'm ready. Can you hear me?
All right. Sorry for keeping you so long, but I think we're ready to get into it.
I'm good. I'm real good. Are we ready? Can you hear me good?
Absolutely. I'm going to hit that theme music, and we will journey down the rabbit hole with the enigmatic Dr. Robert.
Hello, everyone. Like always, I like to begin with prayer. I wrote a very special prayer for everyone. So let's do this and get into it. O great, O Ranmila, wise Orisha of wisdom and divination, whose eyes have seen the dawn of creation, whose spirit walks the threads of time and space. We humbly seek your divine guidance in this ever deceptive world. Ancient sage who understands the human form in its entirety. You who stand as the bridge between the mortal realm and the eternal. Illuminate our minds with your boundless knowledge, that we may see through the veils of falsehood that shroud our path. O Ranmila, source of infinite wisdom, you who perceive the intricate dance of fate and destiny, grant us the clarity to discern truth from deception, to unravel the hidden lies that seek to ensnare our souls. In this world where shadows masquerade as light, and words are woven to deceive and mislead, empower us with your sacred insight to pierce through the mist of illusion and behold the truth. O revered Oran Mila, teacher of advanced spiritual knowledge, guide our hearts and minds with your profound, instill in us the strength to stand firm against falsehood and the grace to navigate the labyrinth of life with integrity. You present at birth of creation and walked among humanity as a priest and sage, interceded on our behalf and shaped our reality to live in harmony with divine truth. Bless us with the wisdom to perceive what lies beneath the surface, to listen with discernment, to see with clarity, and to speak with the voice of truth, unwavering and pure, as we walk this earthly journey in your sacred light. Oran Mila, guardian of wisdom and truth, we honor you with our most profound reverence. May your divine knowledge flow through us, guiding our steps, enlightening our minds, and fortifying our spirits. As we call upon your holy name, Oran Mila, may your blessings of wisdom and discernment shower upon us now and always, in this world and beyond, in all realms of existence. I say, welcome, dear listeners, to another mesmerizing episode of Down the Rabbit Hole with Dr. Robert, a captivating segment of the enigmatic In the Days radio show. Here, history's shadows whisper their secrets, and the known world is but the surface of an ocean vast with mystery. Today, we plunge into the chilling waters of covert operations and hidden alliances as we explore the tantalizing possibility of a secretive right-wing Nazi cabal lurking within the corridors of American power. Prepare to challenge what you know, to question the very fabric of reality as we journey deeper into the labyrinth of the unknown. In our recent explorations, we delved into the arcane alliance of Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, a partnership ignited by rocket fuel and occult ceremonies, volatile yet visionary. We unearthed layer upon layer of Parsons' enigmatic persona, a man as mysterious as the explosive materials he so masterfully manipulated. Today, ladies and gentlemen, we shift gears, moving from the tangible world of rocket science to the surreal realm of stranger and more unbelievable phenomena. Little green man, spacesuits, strange rotating contraptions, and bizarre government quests to unlock the secrets of the mind. So, let your curiosity guide you, dear listeners, as we venture further down the rabbit hole where reality blurs and the extraordinary awaits. Ready yourselves to see the world through a different lens, where the impossible becomes possible and the hidden truths come to light. We sincerely hope that the audience of In Today's Radio will enjoy and appreciate this episode, aptly titled Sightings. Most elder Black folks my father's generation see 1968 as the pivotal year of their lives. It was a time when dreams were violently shattered, marked by multiple assassinations, widespread civil unrest, the relentless escalation of the Vietnam War, the chaos of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, and the election of Richard M. Nixon. For many, it signaled the death of a dream, a turning point where hope seemed to slip through their fingers. Yet, 1947 also stands as a contender for the most pivotal year of the post-war era. The echoes of its events shaped the issues defining my father's generation. It was a year shrouded in secrecy and revelation. The CIA was born, cloaked in the art of deception. A mysterious object fell from the skies in Roswell, New Mexico, igniting endless speculation and cover-ups. And the Dead Sea Scrolls emerged from the sands, unveiling ancient truths. With Winston Churchill's Iron Curtain speech declared the dawn of the Cold War, casting a long, cold shadow over the decades to come. The House of Un-American Activities Committee began its fierce crusade against Hollywood, a precursor to the Red Scare's dark paranoia. That same year, Arthur Young abandoned Bell Helicopter to delve into the mystical realms of paranormal phenomena. The U.S. Navy embarked on Project Chatter, seeking a mythical truth serum to unlock the mind's deepest secrets. May of that year witnessed the launch of the Corporal, America's answer to the V-2 rocket, fueled by the genius of Jack Parsons and the visionary J.P.L. Rocketeers. It was a year of stark contrast. The gruesome Black Dahlia murder cast a pall over Los Angeles, while Admiral Byrd ventured into the enigmatic Hollow Earth. Aleister Crowley, the notorious occultist, breathed his last. And Holly Maddox, future murder victim and exposer of the New Age movement's underbelly, was born. 1947 and 1968. Years of seismic shifts and profound mysteries stand as testaments to a generation's journey through turmoil and revelation, shaping the contours of our collective history. And if we can believe the Beatles, it was the year that Sgt. Pepper's Band learned to play. The iconic Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band, released in June 1967, echoed the lyrics, "It was 20 years ago today. Sgt. Pepper taught the band to play." That takes us back to June 1947, the dawn of an era when the first UFO sightings in the Pacific Northwest gave birth to the term flying saucer. The Beatles sang, "We'd like to take you home with us." In hindsight, we should have accepted that enigmatic invitation. 1947 was a year when secrets, now classified and hidden, were brazenly paraded before our eyes. The Cold War ignited, the CIA emerged from the shadows, and UFOs, be they alien spacecraft or mogul balloons, crashed in New Mexico. The mysteries of early Christianity were unearthed in a cache of ancient clay jars in Palestine. Perhaps Jack Parsons did tear open the fabric of space-time with his occult rituals in the Mojave Desert in 1946, inviting unknown entities to nestle within America's heartland. On June 21st, 1947, the summer solstice, 6 unidentified flying objects were witnessed over Maury Island in Puget Sound, Washington. Harbor patrolman Harold Dahl, seeking refuge from bad weather by anchoring in Maury Island Bay, observed these objects alongside his crew members, his teenage son, and their dog. Woof, woof. According to Dahl, the donut-shaped objects hovered 2,000 feet above the boat. One seemed in distress, losing altitude, as the other 5 circled protectively. These metallic objects, each about 100 feet in diameter, featured a central hull and portholes around their circumference, sparking wonder and fear. 1947, a year of revelations and enigmas, is a testament to a time when the extraordinary brushed against the fabric of our reality, leaving questions that linger in the corridors of history. This is the day remembered for the famous sightings of 9 UFOs north of Mount Rainier by Kenneth Arnold. Critics often disparage UFO eyewitnesses, arguing that their testimonies are compromised by inexperience, a lack of professionalism, and insufficient knowledge of astronomical phenomena. Think Terrence Howard. They claim these observers are not scientists, military personnel, police officers, or government officials, the people entrusted with defining our fucking reality. However, the Kenneth Arnold case challenges, I say it challenges, this skepticism, for Arnold was the ideal witness. A successful businessman from Boise, Idaho, he was also a deputy federal marshal and an accomplished pilot, esteemed as an Idaho search and rescue team member. Simply put, if Kenneth Arnold reported seeing UFOs, god damn it, he saw UFOs. Not the planet Venus, swamp gas, or weather balloons. While this does not confirm that he witnessed alien spacecraft, it asserts that he observed neither conventional aircraft nor anything with speeds achievable by the technology known at that time. Arnold was in the air, returning home to Idaho from Washington, when he took a detour to search for a missing C-46 transport plane, lured by the promise of a substantial $5,000 reward. The aircraft was believed to have gone down in the rugged Cascade Mountains of Washington State. Amidst this quest, he encountered the inexplicable objects that defied the limitations of the sky as he understood it. Then, 3 days after the Harold Dahl sighting, at precisely 2 p.m., Kenneth Arnold was flying at about 9,000 feet when a sudden brilliant flash enveloped his aircraft in a dazzling light. Searching for the source of this mysterious illumination, he soon witnessed another flash emanating from the northern expanse of Mount Rainier, an object hurtling through the sky at nearly 1,700 miles per hour, a speed inconceivable for any known aircraft of that era. Arnold landed and recounted his extraordinary experience. Initial theories suggested he had stumbled upon weapons tests. Yet, during an interview with the East Oregonian newspaper that evening, he described the object's motion with unforgettable analogy, like a saucer if you skipped it across the water, referring to the object's flight pattern rather than its appearance. Regardless, flying saucer was etched into the public consciousness from that moment forward. Let us pause here for now. Stay tuned for our next episode. Same rabbit ass time. Same rabbit ass channel. Hooty hoo! Hooty hoo! Hooty hoo!
Welcome back to the end of days. I'm your host, Daniel, broadcasting to you all the way from the itty gritty Emerald City right here in downtown. How you guys doing? You awake still? We've gone 3.5 hours. It's not easy, I know, but there's still more to come. Let's head right into it. So, as you guys know, last night was a full moon, and I wanted to do a little group meditation, group prayer. I first, wanted to do another ritual because the last one we did was great. That I think we did it close to Halloween and another full moon. But I know a lot of listeners out there, they don't like stuff that could even be associated with witchcraft or Satanism or anything like that. So I'm going to stay away from those type of labels and that type of activity and do something that is more universal in terms of everybody being able to participate. I don't want you to feel like you're selling your soul to the devil or doing something of that nature just because we're, doing a little ritual or concentration in tune with the planetary universal energies and stuff like that, which is all I see it as. I just see it as tapping into something that's very real, and it's like technology, right? You can use your cell phone, which is being used to spy on you, dumb you down, corrupt you with all kinds of pornography and wrecking your attention span, doing all the thinking for you so you don't have to think, all your finances and all your scheduling, everything's going through that little evil black scrying mirror. All your entertainment, all your socializing is happening through there. But yet you tell me I'm trying to corrupt you because I'm doing a ritual on a show. Doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But what are we supposed to do? Throw these darn things in the ocean? You won't get very far nowadays without a smart device. But anyways, I just wanted to let's bring everybody on and just, if you don't want to say anything, that's totally cool. You never have to participate. But just, say whatever you'd like in terms of how you'd like things to play out over the next summer, winter, where you want to be headed, where you want humanity to be headed. It doesn't have to be, but hopefully something positive. We're doing this to help ourselves and help each other, help people like our friend Logan. He popped on here a little bit earlier. He was probably pressed for time, but he's been homeless for a while, so I'd like to send some positive energy out to Logan. I got my little tongue drum. Let's start with Clint.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Here we go. Here comes trouble.
I was about to bust out a rhyme. I was just making up in my head.
please don't deny us. Now you've teased it.
I'm still hungover from last night. Freaking
I'll
Todd
beatbox
keeps
for you.
psychically influencing me to drink.
Whoa, Todd, leave Clint alone. Don't plow him with alcohol.
Yeah, I drink a 6-pack and then like I
Oh,
had
only
these.
6? You got a ways to go before you can compete with the Todd man.
Yeah,
He was at what
I
the
mean,
other night? 8.
he said when he was on last weekend, he said 40
Whoa, that's like 2 cases.
because he came on my show last weekend on Friday, then went on your show, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I had 40 beers."
Oh
Like,
shit!
holy shit, that's party
We had
weekend.
40 Budweisers.
The
At least he's not
Budweisers do hit a
mixing
little.
booze.
Oh yeah. Well, the problem, I was okay. I was drinking the Heinekens. The problem was that I drank a Barg's root beer, and that
Ooh.
like tipped the scales at the end of it. It was not a good idea.
Yeah, beer before Barks, and you're in the clear. Barks after beer, and you're gonna be shitting out your rear.
Yeah, that's the spicy chicken did not go down well with the Bargs and the beer and I ate some like dried beef and a bunch of dried apples.
Oh shit! Dried apples. What is this? End times? You
Well, it was like
eat dried food?
they were at Walmart. I mean, they looked appealing. I could never figure out what to eat because everything's such trash. It's like, well, that's not too bad.
Yeah, because all the before it was like you could get healthy food for so cheap. Now everything's expensive.
Yeah. Oh, where'd you go? You just disappeared.
I just dropped my little thing.
Oh.
These are the shit
40.
right here.
What is that? Oh, okay.
A tongue drum.
That's pretty neat. Yeah, the the guest was pretty interesting. The whole analyzing of the astrology of the day the murder took place or whatnot. That's an interesting concept.
Definitely. It just shows there's more going on than we realize, and even the ancients must have known that this is all a simulation to a degree.
Yeah, the astronomy and astrology is definitely an interesting subject. I mean, I try not to believe anything like the X-Files says, but I do find weird coincidences that seem to be you can't deny them in a way.
Yeah, that's what that book, the Celestine Prophecies, is kind of about.
Oh
It's
yeah,
about synchronicities and the
I remember that
Illuminati
movie.
steps
The movie came out. Didn't it have the actor who played Wolverine or something?
I haven't seen it, but that sounds pretty cool. I've been getting excited about the new Deadpool movie.
Yeah, that one actually looks pretty decent. Definitely interested in that. What was that one movie? Damn it, there was just a movie that just came out, but I can't think of what it was. I've been watching this Dark Matter show. It's like an Apple TV show where this guy, it seems kind of a cult, but not. But like this guy has himself from another universe come and try to take his place, and then he switches places with him and puts the other guy in the other universe. It's pretty interesting. I don't know if it's a cult, but I just assume that everything coming from Apple is somehow a cult.
Yeah, I actually called Logan last week, and he was talking about that exact same thing. He was talking about how he's like displaced in a different universe, and in his universe, like everything's a little bit different. And at first, I didn't believe him. Like I thought he was maybe being a little schizo or something like that. But I'm starting to believe him. Like he's making too much sense. I think maybe we should help get him back to his actual universe where he's from. Help him get home because he's far from home, like Spider-Man.
Yeah. Damn, I can't think of that name. Oh yeah, Logan is John Titor.
Yeah, John Titor. Yeah.
You definitely can't dismiss certain things that people say, even though it does sound pretty wild.
It sure would explain the whole high technology in ancient times sort of thing. Like it's all just a big time loop. Somebody goes from the future back to the past and brings them all this technology, but there's too much, and civilization collapses, rebuilds, and then does it all again.
Oh yeah. Well, I wonder if ancient times they had like a different type of technology, not necessarily electricity, but like they were like that one guy was claiming that the pyramid was some kind of electron harvester or something, and that it was technically possibly preventing earthquakes from happening or something. It was really interesting theory. It was that Dunn guy that was on Joe Rogan a few weeks ago. I think I sent you a link. Usually I don't listen to Joe Rogan, but it's been pretty interesting lately, especially that one guy who's talking about the sound waves and the periodic table, because the pyramid guy was talking about something really similar, and it made me wonder if they were somehow reading a script, or like it was some kind of a psychological operation at bay, because I can't prove that the elements have sound wave equivalents. It is an interesting concept, and I would definitely like to see if it's legit or not. But the idea that they have the movie stars and stuff teach us the new age religion, and the possibility that it's all scripted, and that they're doing it under the guise of like, oh, this actor and this scientist are totally different people, and just happen to come on like 2 weeks within each other, and then are talking about the exact same subject. I find it a little bit fishy.
Yeah, there's I've noticed some patterns like in my little bubble, like this whole thing about teaching us that the gods were actually aliens, and the stuff they were doing was like spaceships, and like this idea of nuts and bolts aliens, the little like bracelets and stuff that you see them wearing the sculptures. Oh, that's like some kind of PDA, personal device, sort of Star Trek-ish instrument. And I feel like that is a big part of the deception, is to paint the gods as aliens and to get people to not believe in like a spiritual world and there being actual gods or angels or whatever. Like that's necessary for them to do what they want to do, and the whole transhumanism thing, and the idea of these aliens coming and kind of asserting some type of overt control over society. Like right now they're hidden, and we just see UFOs flying around and stuff like that, but they don't want to stay hidden forever. That's no fun for them. They want to come out of the closet or out of the coffin or whatever the fuck they're hiding in.
Coffin.
Yeah, and they want to rule us overtly, but also still keep us in kind of that materialistic mindset, which is it's basic and materialist, but it's also that whole Luciferian concept of worshiping the human mind and the intellect and the capabilities of humanity, and the idea of the sleeping God, and that we are the be all and end all, so why not go become a pedophile sort of mentality.
Yeah, that's the whole people thinking they're a god and they're outside of the rules of society. Those people are definitely evil and fools.
Yeah, I think part of the idea is like, well, why shouldn't I be a pedophile? There's no consequences for my actions. I can do whatever I want, and this is like a testament to that.
Yeah, well, I think that they should reinstate the death penalty as long as have like a certain amount of exact they would have to absolutely prove that the person is guilty, and then but like the fear of criminals who a lot of crimes really I don't think should be punished, but the big ones, I think if the criminals were actually in fear of losing something more than days on a calendar, that they would stop killing people and don't, what I mean, like because there's no fear with these criminals that are doing all this fucked up shit. They're just like, oh, I can do 5 years standing on my head. That's what type of mentality you hear when you're in the slammer, and it's like, what the fuck?
Go see my friends. That's seriously like what they say. Like, oh, I'm getting arrested. Oh, great! I'm gonna be able to play poker with Johnny again. This is great. Catch up with my besties.
Yeah, they should fucking they should break the legs of pedophiles. Straight up break their legs, break their arms. I mean, technically, I'm talking against the Constitution because the Constitution says no cruel and unusual punishment. But I mean, like, it's just fucked up. It's like in ancient times, somebody
it doesn't say no punishment though. I mean, they're letting these guys off with a slap on the wrist. I think that's the major issue. Like observing my local area and how somebody could push somebody down the concrete stairs and they bash their head and crack it open, and that person just
Jesus.
gets like a week of probation.
Yeah, I think that they're the Satanists, communists basically are rewarding their evildoers. Meanwhile, they're punishing anyone who doesn't go with the communist Satanist agenda, and that the the Satanists, I think they're all taking care of each other because they're all in a secret society, and they're like, oh, he's in my satanic tabernacle, so I can't throw him away, you know. Like when I was a kid, I was in jail when I was 15, and there was, maybe it was 16, but there was some dude that was some kind of pervert, and he was the guy that was serving the food. And one day I looked at the guard and I said, I don't want no piece of shit fucking pedophiles serving my food anymore. Or something. I said something like that, and he like winked at me and told me not to say that type of stuff. he was glad I said it. But,
that's between us.
Yeah, don't talk bad about this guy in front of it, you know. But like the dude got a slap on the wrist, and fucking like I sat in jail for longer for yelling at my stepdad than this guy did, who was a pedophile, who was writing. He worked at the middle school library, and he was writing threatening letters to juveniles, and that sexually threatening letters, and he got less time than I did, and all I did was yell at my stepdad, and I got thrown in the slammer, and this dude was literally stalking children, and he got like 0 time. And fucking every once in a while I see him at certain grocery stores, and I'm like, there's that piece of shit, you know, like like that dude's a piece of shit. And fucking I don't know why he's walking
apple on his head or watermelon.
Well, I mean, someday, you know, it's just fucked up. It's like the people they get away with these fucked up crimes, and you know, and then the courts give them a slap on the wrist.
Have you ever used one of those apps that shows all the pedophiles that live on your block?
Oh, well, I'm out in the middle of nowhere, so I doubt there's like not very many houses out here. But yeah,
I used that thing before, and there's like 6 of them just in the like mile radius, probably more than that. It's for like 20 of them. Yeah.
When I lived in Battle Creek in the city, there was me and my black friends would always look up everybody on the websites to make sure that we weren't hanging out with some kind of weirdos. And fucking some of the people in Battle Creek, we found out they were pedophiles, and fucking we just flat out called them up. We're like, so what's this on your record? You know, you some kind of pervert, you know? And they would always be like, oh, have some kind of excuse, but it was just fucked up how many people were, you know, like you'd be playing basketball and stuff. Some people would come up to the court and try to play, you know, and then it's like they're trying to be friends, and it's like, well, I don't fucking know you, you know. And then you look them up because they tell you their name, and you find them on the registry, and it's like, what the fuck? What is wrong with people? You know, like it's just disgusting.
Do you have any prayers for the upcoming months?
Yeah, I definitely I hope we all get some prosperity, and that you know, all this Orwellian draconian laws, you know, I definitely keep my fingers crossed that it all eventually gets pushed under the rug where it belongs, because fucking you know, it's like we need freedom, and like that's what I really hope for, is freedom. And all these people who pretend to want freedom, who are all trying to judge other people and tell them they can't do what they want, those aren't real, you know, they aren't really for freedom. Otherwise they wouldn't give a fuck what somebody else does, you know. Oops. But like, you know, freedom is the name of the game. And that if we don't have freedom, you know, because everybody wants like a theocracy and stuff, but they don't realize that this theocracy is ran by the Illuminists. And so is the communist government. That's the opposite, according to the eyes of the masses. And that, you know, they don't have their eye on the ball. And that I really hope people start waking up to the trick craft, basically, where people are being manipulated in very advanced ways with language and with the ideologies that are sugar coated and battered and bullshit and fucking it's a dangerous world out there when you clothe yourself in these cultural modalities, and that you know how people on Twitter, they all have their flags and stuff on their profile, and it's like they're labeling themselves, they're setting themselves up for failure by labeling themselves. And we all need to stay away from labels, and because when we get put into groups, that's when we lose our individuality. And that the individuality is the most important, because it's, you know, the group rights are trying to take away individual rights, and that people who are pro group rights aren't realizing that they are part of this system that's designed to take away individual rights. And nobody who's in the group rights ever understands what's happening until their individual rights are taken in some way by the group. You know, it's like this whole one versus many thing, where this whole it's like, I hate to use the phrase because it's definitely overused, but this Neoplatonic realm where the people of the masses are initiates of this system that is made from words, and that they can't think outside of the system because they lack the words to understand or comprehend beyond the system because of the way the language is designed. And that that is brainwashing. That's the core of our culture, is based on brainwashing, basically group peer pressure. You know, I mean, think about how much peer pressure affects people in the world and schools. You know, we've seen it during the pandemic with the peer pressure. It's like witchcraft in a way, where you come of your own free will and accord through the peer pressure.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think that, you know, I was actually just thinking about this yesterday. I was thinking, like, you know, so many people, they say like, oh, I don't care what anybody thinks, blah blah. But all this like social media and the idea of having a platform and all that, it's all about, like, to a degree, it's all about like what people think of you, and it matters so much to so many people. Like, just other people's opinions carry so much weight and so much power. I mean, it doesn't seem like it should be that way, but yet at the same time, there's like something kind of spiritual about it, I guess.
Yeah, there's definitely I hate it how there's just all the ego trip with the selfies and the, like, look at me, I'm on vacation and I'm so much better than you. And, you know, it's degenerating society where people are all trying to, you know, what's that phrase about the neighbor or whatever? Be better than the
keep up with the Joneses.
Yeah, the Joneses, that whole like ideology where it's like, oh well, what's their name went to you know, this festival or that festival, and so we need to go to a better festival and be cooler, and you know, this whole, yeah, it reminds me of the ancient Babylonian festivals where it's like the people are participating in these, you know, veiled festivals that are, you know, who knows if they're part of a secret religion and part of some kind of secret worship or something on a certain day, you know. Like,
oh, they definitely are, absolutely.
You know, like Burning Man, for instance. I mean, that's one of the biggest ones that you know, there's no doubt in my mind that it's somehow linked to the occult movement, you know.
The worst thing is how it's like society, especially young people, are kind of trained to worship like these other young people that they're like they're you know, beautiful looking, and they're like parents are millionaires or billionaires, and then that's like the expectation of the best thing that you could be, or you know, that's the best way that you could present yourself to the world. But in reality, these kids, they've never had like any negative life experiences, or at least negative life experiences on the level that most people have. They're literally just like completely inexperienced and they have no concept of what it's like to suffer or be hungry or have to work your ass off for 50, 60 hours a week or anything like that. We're just totally paying attention to the wrong people. But we'll get back to you in a moment, Clint. We do need to talk to Chad and see what his prayers are for the upcoming time period, however long it may be.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Daniel. This is a really good show. Okay, so these are just things that are my personal what I'm looking for. Is that right?
Yeah, we're just kind of like I don't know if I should say manifesting because people feel like that's satanic, but we're just like praying to God. Nobody could say that that's satanic.
Amen. Amen. So mine are that I want to do movie making projects with my friend Mason. He's done that kind of stuff before. We come up with some really funny ideas. We need to get going with that. I want to give local mystery tours. That was something good about
That's a good idea.
The Tartaria topic. I forgot about that. Would like to do that. I saw I've got a new channel. I can't remember exactly what it is on Instagram. It's some kind of kung fu, and I want to do that for health with my son. I want to perform music on the street in the tourist district, read more, do some daily content. I've got a goal to get 1,000 listeners to my Born in 1976 Spotify playlist, movie TV themed soundtracks to learn marketing and get paid for that. And then I want to watch In Today's Radio with a group of friends.
Love that. Good stuff, Chad. I like that. I especially like the mystery tour thing. Do you have some pretty cool like buildings and stuff that you have that you're thinking of already, like stuff that looks like it might be Tartarian?
Okay. Well, yeah. How about let me just think of some kind of cool mystery stuff around here. Will that work? Some things that I think of that I would like to know more about. What is this woman that's a big deal in the New Age world named Dolores Cannon? Is that right?
I'm not familiar with her.
She kind of like Edgar Casey. I'm just real hit or miss with some of this New Age stuff. But like Jordan Maxwell's super big, but this Dolores Cannon's like that, and she was up in the Ozarks in the later end of her life and career and stuff. And there's this in Little Rock, there's this beautiful mountain that is really neat. It's called Pinnacle Mountain. And what makes it neat is that it's so close to town. And there's an easy way up, but then on the other side, it's just like you're walking up these boulders the whole time. It's an interesting where it's like that's hard to do, but you don't go for that long, so you can go with families and stuff. But it has this crazy like shape like this that's really weird looking. And evidently, I heard about this from some podcast not so many years ago, but that they have the biggest crystal in the ground, situation here, and then Brazil is the other place. And there's this lore about there being a giant crystal buried in that mountain that is a part of some kind of like planetary, machine, crazy stuff like that. So that's
it's an intelligence.
Yeah, I forgot how that whole story goes, but I mean that's almost like those, when I'd watch Land of the Lost as a kid and the Slee Stacks and the Golden Pyramids and the underground and all that. But like, okay, here's a weird one. Here's one I've always wanted to check out. Downtown Hot Springs, there's all the springs and stuff, and you're not supposed to go in there, but okay, there are these entrances to these, like where it goes underground and it goes like way up into like a mountain where there's all, neighborhood. And then like there's a park down there and it has an entrance to that. So, it would be interesting to see what we could learn about that.
I also like your idea of doing some kind of like, I don't know when it could happen, but some kind of real life get together for the show.
Yeah. You're talking about like just because I've already done that with my friends here, but like on a bigger group, just like I'm watching it here, right?
Yeah, maybe go and explore some of these places that you're talking about.
Well, funny enough, I think there's some synchronicity because tomorrow there's this Renaissance fair that's in the fall, but this company, I think
Oh,
it's
I love those.
Gates, right? I've never really been, and they have like a bigger one for the whole state. Evidently, I learned about that. Does these Highland games? My friend went to, but I was they evidently run all these local events. Like we have like a famous little St. Patty's Day parade on the shortest street, and they have like little celebrities, and so evidently they run like all of these things. So, and they're like a witch, and they're into that kind of stuff, evidently. So yeah, I would just probably just naturally bring it up in conversation at some point. Like, hey, I like the show. It just seems like a real natural time of that kind of mood. I think that would happen very naturally. So
Heck
that,
yeah. There's
yeah.
because I was kind of like looking for local stuff at one point myself, just like interesting stuff. Like maybe I could go film or make YouTube videos. And I found a book that lists all the haunted places in my area, like all the haunted places in Seattle. It's a whole book. There's just tons of them, like all these hotels, restaurants, old houses, stuff like that. I think that would be pretty cool to, if you really want to see some phenomena, just go to all of them until something weird happens.
Well, that's what's really trippy is I know that there's a sign down there. I don't know anything about it, but there are people that did haunted tours here. And yeah, it's going to be crazy if I actually start to go look. I'm sure there'll be, all kinds of amazing stuff already going on. Because this place, like, well, any place, any place has interesting stuff. That's what was so cool about that topic getting big. And my friend Colin, he took me. He was more into that than me. Just as a side note, Martin Leedke was Flat Earth British or something, or when he did all that stuff. But when I first heard about that, and in that time period, Colin showed me this book that I think was something that you may have seen over in Europe, like that made you want to come to the New World. And it was amazing. It was all like talking about the whole, it was almost like you go to Disney World or something. And it was this medieval, like all these pictures and stuff. It's super tartar. I'm like, yeah, you're right, bro. That's crazy. Like, what is that?
One of the craziest things like that I've seen is the idea that they had like these robots back then that were maybe a little bit more like clockwork or puppetry, but they had actual robots that it looked like a guy and it would play the piano.
Yes.
And it had,
Yeah. There's a fancy word for them, automatons or something like that. Old word for it.
How could we forget as a society about all this cool shit that we had? And we know there must have been something because there's books around that have pictures of that stuff. They tell you where it was and when it happened.
Well, I think I'm really excited about the way forward with all this content because, like, just this morning, my roommate's always watching YouTube. Usually, it's like the Ukraine war or something. But I went in there today, and it was a video about all that, like Nazi Dikalaka, alien craft and tons of stuff like that. And it had a real, not an AI narrator, but it was all CGI. But I was like, man, this is getting really better. Like I'd sit here and watch this, even though we were all familiar with those topics. So, before I forget, I wanted to make a comment. I was so inspired by Dr. Roberts' rabbit hole segment. I thought it just gets better and better every time. And there was just a little paragraph of notes. If not, that's fine.
No, please, by all means, let's see what you got.
Okay, so I love it when it's twice now I think I've heard him say Rocketeer, probably talking about John Parsons or something, but that reminds me of that Disney movie. I remember liking that at the time, and about Elon being a Rocketeer is interesting. And Sergeant Pepper is Aleister Crowley. I remember learning that in the research. So when he was making the point about the flying saucer was 20 years ago today, that's another I didn't know that. The Beatles is Freemasonic. Magical Mystery Tour is about them being magicians. Imagine is the Communist International Anthem. Man, we need to make a comic book segment to go along with Dr. Robert's rabbit hole thing, like with AI or something. I mean, that I was really digging that. And he when he went hootie hoo, it was at 3 hours and 33 minutes.
Ah, Dr.
That's it.
Robert. Is he part of something we're not aware of? Maybe he's a Freemason. I'm just kidding.
Thank
He's
you
our
so
handler.
much. Thank you so much for the show. It really is. You know, isn't it weird when you get used to something and then that becomes weird? I mean, this really is like a church or a gathering that I've been wanting to have. This really is the secret society that we've always wanted to be, or whatever you would call it.
Kind of is, but we don't have to make out with ghosts or kiss the rear ends.
Yeah.
That's funny. That's funny. That's real funny.
Alrighty.
Thank you, Chad. I appreciate you.
What do you think
you.
of Chad's idea of having a mystery tour?
We should all have a mystery tour. I like the whole idea of us getting together, like physically.
Yeah, same here.
Did you ask me that, Daniel, that mystery tour question?
What's that?
I didn't hear you right. Did you ask me or Dr. Robert?
I was asking Dr. Robert what he thought of your, kind of your goal that you mentioned. You'd like to set up a mystery tour. I still think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
It was Scooby Doo. We could have the occult rejects too. Well, they're Scooby Doo. We're Doom Buggy.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
No, Speed Buggy, not Doom Buggy. Speed Buggy.
Then it could be like Midnight Madness, where we have a scavenger hunt with all the different shows. You'd have to go visit them across the country.
Yeah, it'd be nice, man. That'd be nice. I think Daniel had like a documentary idea or something like that. He was.
Oh yeah. I've got some stuff cooking in the background, definitely.
Yeah, but we're a good crew, man. We're a good crew. Everybody just needs to do the research and discuss things and get it out there.
Thank you, Chad. Now it is time for Dr. Robert, if he is so willing.
Oh yeah, of course.
To do his prayer.
Yeah. Well, what I hope is that like we can all kind of like wake up, see through these traps that have been kind of laid for us to keep us divided and from interacting. And that's why I like this show right here, is because, like, you know, who would have thought I'd be interacting, you know, with like some MAGA people, man, but we're getting along pretty well, like really well, actually. You know, so like, you know, just being able to communicate and connect and talk with one another is half the battle, I'm starting to see. Just kind of just being willing to like just talk, be cordial, respectful, understanding, compassionate. And that seems to be like a good cure-all for some of the things we're going through in society. And I want you, Daniel, you know, I want your show to blow up. So that's that you get what you want, that like your dreams are fulfilled, and Chad's dreams are fulfilled, and Clint's dreams are fulfilled, and BD, S, I can't pronounce her last name, that her
Salerno, I think.
Salerno and Jen, you know, and we all have a similar vision, you know, and that we're able to like, you know, help, you know, and I know you just didn't want to use this word, but you know, that we kind of help our collective human family manifest a new version of reality and interacting with one another, engaging with one another on this planet. You know, and getting rid of like the bad elements, like all those, you know, all those people, you know, causing trouble and mischief, like discord from the Greek myth. You know, person who throws their rock and hides their hand. You know,
I like that. I think we've already kind of done that a little bit. Like I see a vibe and an energy here that I just don't see anywhere else. Like in terms of doing something opposite to what we see mostly out there, which is nonstop division.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I see that too. That's what I'm saying. I see like our influence kind of leaking out into like the broader, I guess you'll call it like digisphere. Like, like a lot of things we're saying and doing, like a lot of people are picking up on and vice versa. So it's already contagious. And that's what language is, basically. It's a meme, right? So meme is like the gene, the building block of consciousness, where the gene is the building block of life. So the more we talk, the more we interact, the more people hear certain things like Chad did, and they have certain resonance with them, and they share those things, and those things infect other people's minds, and then people just expand off of them. That's what inspiration is. Just expanding off everyone's ideas, and being open up, to share our ideas, with one another, try to understand and really work hard and make an effort to understand each other. I get, people don't realize, man, like a lot of spirituality requires a lot of will. It's just like running, like, in boxing. Like I used to hate to wake up in the morning and run. Like that was the worst part of boxing to me. But if you don't run, man, you get clobbered. Like a lot of boxers survive.
Jump rope.
Yeah, a lot of boxers survive in the ring because they're in good shape, dude. Like it's being in good shape to stop you from getting knocked out, man. I'm telling you,
Yeah, definitely. You've seen it time and time again. The guy that's not anywhere near as good, he has rudimentary skills, but he's got just crazy endurance, and somehow he wins the fight.
And will. That's what I mean. It's effort, man. Like spirituality requires effort. Like if you know what morality is, and I said this before in your show, it's like a martial arts. So when Jesus says, I'm the way, I'm the truth, and the light, he's saying no one gets to the Father but through me. He's saying by doing the things I do, living the way I live, interacting with people the way I interact with people, solving problems the way I solve problems, with compassion and understanding and love. These are the things you have to practice these things, and that's the key, man. A lot of people don't have the will. They want to do a lot of like spiritual bypassing, and I'm telling you, man, the worst thing I hear in spiritual bypassing is like, like forgive everyone. Let's just let it go. That's fucking bullshit. The lords of karma, nor God have any control of your karma and the choices you make. You have to deal with that no matter what. That's part of your spiritual growth. You can't escape it. You can't pretend it away. You can't love bomb it away. Whatever you do has a consequence, a resonance, and a vibration. And it's going to come back to your ass, like it or not. And the only way you can get away with that is two ways. Wisdom. Wisdom erases karma, and grace. The law of grace supersedes the law of karma, but that takes a lot of good. That's like saintliness, like the Jesus mindset, where you can literally, truly forgive everybody and not be attached to it and really let it go and be sincere about it. That takes a lot. So it's just a practice.
Yeah,
So
I like that. Like the idea of living in grace. It's something that might be an impossible thing to a certain degree, but if we strive for it, we're gonna get in the zone here and there and actually experience it every once in a while, and that definitely makes it worth it. And when you're living that way, you could say you're living in grace, but when you're living in grace, you're also in the zone, and you could accomplish a lot more.
yeah, 100, man, 100. But it's practice. It's like anything else, man. You have to. We talked about this before, Dan. We talk about it all the time. You have to discipline yourself. Spirituality is a discipline. It's the hardest of all disciplines because it's a discipline that's designed to help you rein in your animal nature.
When I used to take martial arts classes, that was a big part of it, was just like leaving all that anger and rage and just like insecurity and just all these negative emotions, just leaving them on the mat. And every time I would go in there, because I'd be around other people, they're doing the same thing that I was. They're trying to improve themselves, they're trying to get better, they're having fun, no matter how terrible of a mood I was in, no matter how low my vibration was, no matter how shitty my attitude was, I'd always walk out of class feeling just so good and so happy once again. And that's kind of the way I feel every time I do the show.
Yeah, me too. That's the way you got to be, man. You have to have some type of passion, and it has to become like a way of life, like a practice for you. And you have to be realistic, man. You're going to have bad days, man. You're going to have bad days when you slip and fall. You know what I mean? Where you kind of like backtrack a little bit, where you get sucked in a little bit, where things don't work out your way. You know what I mean? Just like
Sure.
life, dude. Just like in the gym, man. You'd be surprised How many of our favorite boxers got their asses knocked out cold in the fucking gym? We'll never hear about it. You know what I mean? And just that alone, like get knocked out. I guess like knowing this in the gym, and that's where you're supposed to make your mistakes, makes it a little more easy to like psychologically bear. But still, man, like we don't know, man. A lot of times, the motherfuckers got knocked out a few times, dropped. You know, we don't
Sure,
ever.
yeah. The harder you work in the gym, the easier it's going to be when you do have to actually fight.
And they work through it. The same with Tom Brady. Like people don't realize, man. Like Tom Brady, man, he was like, that was a shock to every motherfucking body, man, because apparently he did horrible at the combine, like horrible. But when in life, man, in some things like failures or when things don't work out your way, dude, like we have to train ourselves to have a short memory. Get over that shit and keep prowling through it, man. And that's what Tom Brady had. He had a short memory, man. He didn't really let his failure wind him down, or he had a bad day at the comment. He didn't let that weigh him down. He just was patient. When he got his chance, he showed the fuck out, dude.
Exactly. Thank you, Dr. Robert. And I feel that way a lot because I watch a lot of sports, and when my team doesn't win, it's always like, oh. But every time it's a lesson. It's a lesson to just move on. Don't dwell on it. You got another game coming up. You have another opportunity. Just move forward. What's the point of dwelling on things? Thanks, guys. That was excellent. We did just hit that 4-minute and 20-second mark. Boy, let's we're going way over today. I don't want to just call it good right there. I'm just going to go through a few news stories real quick, and then we'll just bring everybody back on one more time to say the goodbyes. And also maybe if you want to comment on any of this stuff, if you want to say anything, if you want to talk about the guest or the show or just something totally unrelated, that's totally fine. But I'm just going to kind of speed run through some of this stuff. Apparently China has Taiwan completely surrounded. They have for a while, but it's gotten worse. Now they literally just have like every square inch around the island surrounded, and people say it was a negotiation tactic, and other people are saying no, they're preparing to attack. I'm sure both are true. I'm sure they are doing it to negotiate, but there's a third group that says that they're wearing us down. I think I'd have to side more with that third group because that's kind of what we're seeing with all this overseas aid and stuff like that. All China has to do is wait, right? They wait and wait and wait, and eventually they're going to smell opportunity, and that's when the attack is going to happen. And those poor people that live there, I was just talking to a lady. She's saying, "Oh, I'm going back to Taiwan." I said, "Why would you go back there?" She's like, "Well, what's wrong with it? It's great. I was born there." I said, "Well, you're gonna get attacked there soon." And she's like, "Oh yeah, you're right." I was right. Moving on. Elon Musk, he's been doing a lot of anti-Joe Biden tweets, really setting a lot of people off with that. I don't know why. I don't really understand his stance on things. He seems to kind of like ride the fence a little bit, and he had the whole like free speech savior of Twitter gimmick going, which I enjoyed because Twitter was just getting really bad, and it didn't seem like it got a little better after he took over. I'm just being honest. I'm not a fan of his. I don't give a crap about SpaceX or boring holes in the human skull to implant chips or Starlink or Teslas. I don't care about any of that stuff. I think there's a lot of things that show that he's Illuminati, or the bad side of the Illuminati, the cabal, and I don't vibe with that stuff. But as far as what he's done for me personally by giving that flexibility on Twitter and letting people buy blue check marks and updating some things on there, is he really behind it? I don't know, but it's been cool, I guess. Like, just speaking plainly and honestly, it's been nothing but beneficial. Moving on, apparently there was a movie a documentary about Donald Trump that he is now blocking legally from being able to release. I had the name of it. It was really weird. I think it's called The Apprentice. And I don't understand why they're able to use that name, The Apprentice, because that's his show, isn't it? But he's trying very hard to keep this documentary from getting released. And you know what? That's pretty much everything. I did want to talk a little bit about AI, but nah. Or like moving into the mountains, nah. Oh, the Doge dog died. The Shiba Inu. Poor little guy. Poor little guy. I don't know if this will affect the price of crypto, or I suppose it wouldn't. It's sad. Dogs don't live a very long time. All right, that's it. Today's news. I hope that you were able to get through that without stabbing yourself in the neck or blowing your brains out. No, I'm just kidding. Let's say goodbye to the guys. Clint.
Yeah, what's up?
Let's hear your goodbyes. We're getting late. Please don't go on too long, but do your plugs and everything.
Yeah. It always makes me nervous when you make me full screen. Take me back.
It's not a big deal, is it? I guess I don't do that to myself enough. Like, I mean, or maybe I'm used to it. I don't know. At first, I was very self-conscious about it. Like, I don't know. You get used to it. Like, keep doing your show. Keep going on camera. Before you know it, it'll evolve your spirituality, and you won't care anymore. It's part of the gnosis.
My YouTube is Third World Assassin, one word, Clint Eastwood. Clint Eastwood, Third World Assassin. Add me on Twitter or YouTube. This is the End of Days Radio. Nobody move until I say so. Lay low. Come through like a volcano. Y'all motherfuckers, they know.
Oh shit. He's busting some rhymes.
Yeah, it's easier with beats when other people do it with me, but yo, I come back like Poseidon. Fuck Joe Biden. Up in this bitch like I'm lightning. Come back like I'm the hype man. Do that shit why I don't write, man.
Dome, dome. That's the deep bass I'm doing right there. Dome, dome.
Oh yeah.
All right. You doing a show tonight?
Yeah, we're gonna have JJ said he was coming on. JJ Vance, and then Lee will probably come on, and then if anybody wants to come on from here, I can send an invite into the private.
Do you ever give out like your email or anything so people can email you?
Oh no, not. I don't ever actually check my emails. So I mean, technically I should, because I entered into some kind of contest or some shit, and plus also somebody I messaged an email. Ralph Abraham likes to talk in email for some reason because he's really old, but he's a mathematician. But yeah, the whole email scene it's crazy. People are still on the email scene. I mean, but yeah, that's about it. I did upload some William Coopers that I definitely think people should. There was a continuation of the Molten Sea Melchizedek Part 2 or whatever that I think people should listen to, and that because of the goals of the New World Order, the Great Melting Pot, where they want it's like the occultist molten sea was the mixture of all races, and like it's a really weird subject, and that the Illuminati would want.
Occultist molten sea. Don't you know that I'm a G? When you see me, you'll do nothing but flee, because we got that chemistry. I'm here sipping my green tea. I drank too much. I gotta pee. Boom, boom. Oh, I like that. It's the end of days.
Yo.
Earlier, we were doing lots of praise. Oh, that doesn't make sense.
Yo, I'm praising. My lungs dried up like a raisin. In the motherfucking place, always been since they put the braids in. Be up in that shit like I'm Cajun.
Oh, braids and Cajun. Oh shit. He's got some lyrical talent.
Oh yeah. I usually am a lot better when my girlfriend isn't in the room.
Oh, she make you feel self-conscious.
She's always destroying my rhymes. No.
Oh.
But yeah, also shout out to Robbie Marks. You should go to his Twitter, and he's got some stuff that he's selling on his Etsy that's pretty cool, like sticker packs, and so it's all original art that he made and stuff.
All right.
Yeah. But yeah, that's about it, I guess. Also, I guess shout out to Ice-T also, because I swear, like every other day he's liking one of my comments. It's like, what the hell?
Oh damn!
Maybe I need to send him a song or something.
maybe he's watching the show.
Oh yeah, that'd be pretty interesting. But yeah, I guess not to keep you on too long. I'm pretty much done. Yeah, check.
All right. Oops. Sorry about that.
Yeah, check out Illuminati News live stream coming on probably in about 15-20 minutes. All right, peace.
15-20 minutes. Man, take a break. You give it
Well,
an
that is the
hour.
break.
Refresh. Dang,
I don't want
okay.
JJ to fall asleep.
I might be there. I don't know. I'm tired. We'll see.
All right, sweet.
Peace. All right. And that leaves let's do Dr. Robert next.
What's up, man? All right, I've been doing this new thing, so I got like another story for you guys, and then I'll let you guys go. Before I go, check out my girl. Go to her website, man. ALC, man. She's the real deal. Trust me on that. For everyone. Okay, here we go. This is based off the kind of talk we kind of had today. In a time not so different from our own, there was a generation of seekers, driven by an insatiable thirst for truth and understanding. Among them was a wise elder who often shared tales from the pivotal years that shaped their world. These stories, woven with insight and wisdom, revealed the delectable interplay between human ambition and the mysterious forces that govern the universe. Most elders, folks of my father's generation, the elder began looked to 1968 as the turning point of their lives. It was a year marked by profound sorrow and unrest. Assassinations silenced voices of hope. Cities burned with the fires of discontent, and the shadows of war loomed ever larger. Yet for many, it symbolized the death of a collective dream. He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. But let us not forget 1947, another year of immense significance. It was the year secrets began to unravel. The CIA was formed, shrouding the world in layers of espionage. In the desert sands of Roswell, something fell from the sky, igniting endless speculation and wonder. The Dead Sea Scrolls emerged from the earth, whispering ancient truths long buried. It was a year of beginnings. The Cold War, the scrutiny of Hollywood's un-American activities, and the quest for unlocking the mind's deepest secrets. As the elder spoke, the listeners felt the echoes of the past reverberate through their hearts. He continued, in 1947, the Kapora rocket soared, and the enigmatic Jack Parsons danced with the unknown. It was the year of dark mysteries, the Black Dahlia murder, and Admiral Byrd's eerie expedition into the Hollow Earth. It was a year of endings, too, with the death of Aleister Crowley and the birth of Holly Maddox, whose fate would later expose the dark underbelly of the New Age. The elder's voice softened, drawing them deeper into the narrative. And if we can believe the Beatles, 1947 was the year that Sgt. Pepper taught his band to play. That same year, the first sightings of UFOs in the Pacific Northwest coined the term flying saucer. It was a time when secrets were not hidden, but danced openly before us. Cold War tensions, CIA machinations, and alien mysteries. With knowing look, the elder added, in June of that year, strange objects appeared in the skies over Maury Island, seen by ordinary men, a harbor patrolman, his crew, and even his son. These were no ordinary sights. Metallic donuts that seemed with potholes and a purpose beyond our grasp. And then came Kenneth Arnold, a man of integrity and skill who witnessed the impossible, craft moving at imaginable speeds. His words gave birth to the flying saucer, a term that would captivate imaginations for generations. He let out a deep sigh, the room heavy with anticipation. And so, my friends, these stories remind us that in times of great turmoil and discovery, we are faced with choices. The leaders who ignored the needs of their people, blinded by personal gain, found their spirits devastated by the weight of their greed. They had all the data, all the signs, yet chose to throw people under the bus for fleeting validation and wealth. The elder concluded with a whisper, in seeking truth, we must remain vigilant. For those who fail to heed the lessons of the past are doomed to repeat its mistakes. Embrace your curiosity, but never let ambition cloud your vision. Remember, the secrets of the universe are not hidden. They are merely waiting for those with the courage to see. And with that, the elder's tale came to an end, leaving the listeners to ponder found lessons hidden within the weave of history and mystery. Thank you all. Support Daniel, donate, hit the like button, subscribe, and support ALC because she's one of the main reasons why I'm sharing with you. So let's get busy, folks. Let's take this country back. Let's put Americans first, ordinary Americans. Let's get rid of the oligarchy and let's put people in government just like us who give a fuck about us. And fuck these motherfucking rich people, these motherfuckers taking bribes from APAC. Fuck them all. Let's look out for number one, us. Peace.
Thank you, Dr. Robert. Fantastic. And I agree with some of the sentiments earlier. Down the rabbit hole just keeps getting better and better. Let's talk to Chad. Bad Chad.
Man, this is again been so awesome, and I feel inspired to do some more research. I'm mainly over at Twitter. I don't know. It's like Chad Warren and some numbers. It's probably not too hard to find. I'm at like Linktree, Chad Warren. But, or you could email me at chad.warren@mailfence, MAILFENCE. But I want to focus on Trump and this topic of traditionalism, as I heard about it from a book called The War for Eternity by Benjamin Teitelbaum, talking about the alt-right and Steve Bannon and Alexander Dugin, the Putin's Rasputin. So that earlier, I am, of course, it's all this ancient knowledge, hidden knowledge is fascinating, and the Tartaria thing. But the way politics, where they, overlay these directions in these things. So I want to learn more about how that has to do with why the InfoWars audience is connected with Russia, pro-Russia, and some idea about going back in time in the medieval Orthodox Christian past before tech is something about that. But then there's also that guy, I'm blanking on his name right now, that is connected with Prometheism is his book. And he is connected with that movement. And that stuff is this like kind of interesting what could happen from the rise of Russia, like based out of Iran and all these kind of pirate future psychic development ideas. Can't believe I'm blanking on his name. But yeah, that's what I'm going to look deeper into. And then there's these weird like dualities
Is
where
it Jason Giorgiani?
Thank you so much, Danny. And then I find it very odd how much in sync with InfoWars I have been. I usually just watch it as kind of like an indicator of politics or world events, but after the Israel thing, and they've really helped that conversation, I think representing both sides, but yet I also know a lot of that's controlled opposition, and I always encourage people to look up We Are the Documents. I see him on Odyssey. His name's John Brisson, but he focuses on the alt-right ties to something Barbara Marx Hubbard, Futurist Society, and so anyway, just always that confusion about, I love all this new age stuff, but then somehow it turns into something that we're not a part of. That's what I'm going to be looking into more there at Twitter. So thank you again.
Absolutely. And I like that you're refusing to get on that X bandwagon, and it's still Twitter to us, damn it.
Isn't that weird? Because I do type in X and it won't go there, but if you put in the T, Twitter, is that right? If you,
not sure.
I guess that's online, not the app.
Yeah, I think it works. But thank you, Chad. You did great tonight. I'm glad that you stayed to the end for a change. That's awesome.
I know.
Last
I'm sorry.
words.
Thank you. Sorry, I've missed out. Thank you.
No worries, buddy. Thank you again. All right, that was great. Let's run through the last of the house cleaning so we can get out of here. And by get out of here, I mean get out of this room, I guess, and stand up. Mind-blowing moment of the day. Ooh, so many options. I think just the concept that all these, like this gematria thing that our guest was talking about, and how these alignments all happen, like that is crazy. That's like, it reminds me of the Bible code. And when I hear stuff like this, it convinces me even more that that stuff is real, that everything is just in the numbers. And it seems like that would be impossible unless we're just all in some big dream or simulation of some kind. You know, you hear the concept of God a lot, and what does that really mean? I guess we're supposed to meditate on it. But just the whole thing. Oh, by the way, mind blowing, 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 mind blowing moment of the day. That was my mind blowing moment of the day. Besides that, just running through the rest of what I got, looks like there's some new legislation. College sports athletes, we're doing sports right now, by the way, they're going to start getting paid. So no more working for nothing, or just working for your scholarship, or the basket full of goodies, or the car that they buy you. Now you're actually going to get paid. That's great, I think. I don't think anybody should have to work for free. That's pretty stupid, especially considering how the popularity of college football, for example, really seems to exceed the boundaries of the educational system. It doesn't seem to have much to do with education. It seems to have a lot to do with sacking people and getting a lot of people to watch. But you know what would really help make it easier to watch college football? If they got rid of that dang marching band. Like, I don't want to hear horns and trumpets and stuff like that. It's so annoying. I mean, maybe back in the 1930s, it was awesome because that's all they had, right? They didn't have like PA systems and the music of nowadays. But come on, it's 2024. Just play some modern music through the PA system. Enough with these. That is so annoying. It's just so that the kids in the band can play, but nobody actually wants to listen to that stuff. If you want to turn college football into more of a thing, make the music better. A lot of people are talking about this Tom Brady roast. It's funny because Dr. Robert brought up Tom Brady earlier, kind of what he's gone through, and I guess a lot of people feel he made a mistake doing the roast. I think it was really humiliating for him. They talked about his ex-wife a lot. I don't think it's ever a mistake doing something like that. I think it just shows that you have a sense of humor about yourself. That's not easy to be roasted. I mean, having people publicly cut into you like that, one after another, just mercilessly. They don't care about you. They just want to get on TV or get out there and be funny, and they're going to be as mean as they can to be funny. I don't think you should just act like it didn't bother you. Worst thing you could do is be a baby about the whole thing. That's ridiculous. Think about it. Caitlin Clark, she's off to a rough start. Looks like the team she plays on, the Fever, they're like 0-4, 0-5 now. She seems to be doing all right, but it's not enough to carry the team. And I think everybody's kind of wondering, if they don't start winning some games, is the whole Caitlin Clark phenomena gonna die down in an instant? I don't think it will, but if you're losing all the time, that focus is gonna move off you real quick. So we'll see what happens there. That's it. That's sports. Not gonna keep you guys too long for those that actually listen to it. Great show. I'm very proud of the show we did just now. Next week at the 31st, 4 p.m. PST, we're gonna be talking to Magic Mike. Magic Mike has never been on the show before. I think we're gonna like this guy. Our good friend General Lee says that this guy is the shiznit, so stay tuned for that. By the way, something really freaky happened to General Lee, and I'm not sure if he would want me talking about this on air, but it almost had like a little bit of like a gang stalking-ish vibe to it, maybe even possibly carrying into the supernatural realm. It was very weird, and maybe I'll just kind of tease that, and then maybe we could get him on here and see if he'll kind of open up about it, because I don't want to speak for him. That's not really right. I don't know if me putting that out there will make like other crazy people do similar things or anything like that, or might make whatever party is doing this feel some kind of satisfaction. So we'll wait until we get more word from him and see if he wants to just come on here and explain this freaky thing that he told me privately, that it's freaky enough. It'll make your butthole pucker. But that's all I got. I guess I'm going to sign off because we're going on 5 hours. We obviously went long. We didn't have a whole lot of time for the roundtable and stuff like that. I apologize. It's just the stuff with the guests was great. I feel like everybody had kind of a chance to participate in there. And if we can kind of do it with the guests on here, I think that's pretty cool, especially when we have somebody that is not only a great mind and researcher, but somebody that's being really cool and is allowing us to do our thing unhindered and is having fun with it. When we have that combination of things, it's just good to keep going. And stay tuned. Don't forget to donate to the show. Stay tuned. We got some good stuff coming. I'm going to stay in this place for a little bit longer. I know I told everybody I was moving out and I was going to have a better place to broadcast from, but you know what? It's a good thing for all of you out there, because it just means I can put 100% into the show. I don't have to worry about anything else. So we're going to have some great content coming down the pipe in the next few months. So stay tuned. Keep sending me those guest ideas. Keep sending me those comments, feedback, complaints. Keep sending it daniel@endofdaysradio@gmail.com. Go to endofdaysradio.com in order to donate to the show. Love you guys. I'm signing out from those decaying, broken ruins that are almost just dust at this point. It's just me hanging out all by myself. At least I know I'm safe here. The animals and the marauders, they seem to avoid this place for some reason, maybe because it's cursed. So I'm here all alone, watching as the sun sets on these last days. I'll see you guys next time. I'm Daniel. I'm signing out. Everybody, I love you. You are the wind beneath my wings. Have a good night. Let's play that music.